powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you are denying funny face.
It's not my brother.
You are denying funny face.
I don't know him.
You don't know funny face.
It's not my brother.
You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Continue thriving and obviously achieve higher, and everybody knows that even though I'm not working with them again, but my personal relationship with the owner and many of the management and the staff, it is where my heart is. So I wish them very well, but I'm sure that even without wishes they will still do very well.
we are back again, Charlie. If today is your first time on my YouTube channel, you know what to do. Come join the family, hit the subscribe button, like and share. I'm currently at the most popular place in the Western region, which is called the Lighthouse, Cape 3 Point. Have you wondered what the southernmost tip of Ghana looks like? When you look at the map of Ghana, this is how the tip of Ghana looks like. And I hear it's an amazing place. I'm here to see it for myself, and I'm here to share with you my experience. And so there's a lot of history here, and I'm sure you'll be interested. So come, let's go. Cape 3 Point, where I am, is the southmost part of Ghana. If you look at the Ghana map, the canal there, that small canal there, that's where I'm standing now. I'm very close to the Atlantic Ocean. So let's see how the Atlantic Ocean looks like. The good part is the sea is very blue here. It has the best of views. This right here used to be the former lighthouse.
So, this is the first lighthouse, and it was built in 1875. And during that time, there was no electricity or any solar panels, so they are using fire like that kind of lantern or those things. So they are using the fire on the top, so that when the ship are coming, you can see the fire on the top. Tells them that here there's a danger here, like the worst here is big, so they shouldn't come closer. They need to go further before they pass. So the ship they don't come and land here, but it just pass.
Okay.
By, yeah, that's what the light is here to give direction of ships. People say the light is here to give direction of ships. So, as example, when we are here and you can see the ship are coming, like getting to here, the ship is supposed to move like this, so it will be like this. See,
oh, okay.
Because of this point.
And because of the way the Ghana map looks
yes.
like.
And here you have 3 points here, and you can only understand when you go upstairs. So you have first point and second point. You have another third point here.
Okay.
Yeah. So the point is 3. That's why you just name it as Cape 3 points. Okay. So you have first point here. The second point is where the light is, and this is the longest point too. This is the longest point.
Was it taller than this?
No.
This was the height. No, this one. That's the height.
No. It's not tall, but
it was taller
than this one.
It's broken. That's why it's short.
The tip is broken.
Yes.
That is why it's
short. Okay, sure.
Was it intentional? They intentionally broke it, or?
Yeah, intentionally.
It's intentional because of the so that they wouldn't distract this one. Okay, that's.
Entering the lighthouse to see what's in there. Let's go. I hear it has a beautiful view of the ocean, the Atlantic Ocean. Let's go. So it requires you climbing this steep stairs. So let's see how it goes. Okay, it's so steep, very, steep. And you have to really take your time before getting there. Wow. So that's the first part. The second one is, oh my goodness. So, hey, because I'm holding the camera and the phone, it's still a little more difficult. Okay, I'll catch you guys when I get up there. Hey, how are you? How is it going so far? I'm okay. The way you're panting. Out of breath. Okay. I think we have to go down the second we came up. Don't they have like an elevator? This was created in the 80s. How do you expect an elevator? Oh my god. It's a nice size now, man. Wow. This is no easy joke. Especially when you've already taught the place. So this is the view from the topmost part of the lighthouse. This is very breathtaking. If you are scared of height, I don't think I would encourage you to come because it's really far. You can see Abigail down there. She looks like a little ant, and the view is beautiful. Very, very beautiful. So guys, this brings us to the end of this video. I hope you enjoyed watching this vlog as much as I enjoyed documenting my entire experience. I hope you learned something here from Ghana. I mean, this is one of the most beautiful spots in Ghana. If you come in the months of December, January, February, you will get better views because it's been raining for some time now, even though we are not in the rainy season. So this brings us to the end of this video. Let me know in the comment section if you already have been here. Have you been here? Has it been a nice educative tour? Watching me virtually. Until next time on my next video, I love you all. Mwah. 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 Oh, I forgot to share that it costs 10 cedis per person to access this place, which includes a tour and I mean chance to take pictures and all that. So yeah, I love you all. Mwah. Oh, hi Jojo. Hi darling. So you have a YouTube channel. What's your YouTube channel name?
Jojo Eskem.
And you?
Afiajuman.
And you?
This is Gail.
I mean, you have been with you the entire weekend. Hi, darling.
Hello, hello.
Good to see you all.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh,
yeah, so we are back again, Charlie.
Back again.
That is all you can see.
In fact, we will be back again, Charlie.
You definitely see them on my channel again. Have you guys seen a rubber plantation before? This is a typical plantation, a rubber plantation, and this is how they collect the rubber from the plant. So what they do is they cut the tree and then it leaks from this to this. So this is how it's actually smelling. It smells a lot. It has this bad smell. So I just decided to make a stop for you to see because I have seen it. Guys, let me know in the comment section if you want to know the whole process of how rubber is made. I would come back again for you. Let me know in the comment section.
send me a media, many better. Out in office near the report, no brewer. Tembia, no, and fat. It's wow, Konako hair better. Nothing, mamma, because so cheated. A month from so air can, air cost. And it teach you so. I'm quite about the Dawasi at that Santa Marcy, about 2 years. Where shall say 50, and they buy a sense of the when Jamaica come in Jaha. As at my and shed that out to a band some to mammy and my MPP. I can yen any water. Say, seven banner better was down mining your ass as at a many ass. Say, Jinapa Mujina, many MPP. Man, you call the chin, and no chin, yes, you are more dear about beach. I'm a free heart, you call, then me a baby, Maka, I chill and say, only I saw many pa. The Juma abandoned so soon. And no Nebima, as a gentleman who sends so about it to mammy when you are to one boundary. Any when in a preoccupy between and they do one more day you go super. I was a Kumasi coin as and the man coin. You who saw over brand me breast of that. See here and say, oh, Yamamu. Sounds soon and Yama, a war, yeah, 1D, 1F, yeah, airporty, many coffee horns and maybe do as we do airports, no. 77% complete. January, air only be chassis, I a test of the airport, Yampa, by June next year. Now, the BR at the Dina International Air Travel. Me no one be called London, nearby Yeah, Baby Kumase. First flight, London Kumase. We'll go together. Yeah, better say. It's when you go so. Now the other things, one crowd delay, kakraba, who I feel, say, who you want to be quiet between your farmer and you know, I shall say. So there are several projects. Yeah, so you go so. It's me by a massam teacher.
Zoom. Two for seven. And I don't know what to 2 for 7 or so. Would you know 50? And then you made them about snag when I can say so. Now, walk back pro. Free some see as me go baby. I remember you. Now, but you know, so was papa. Zoom. She said they would be born any day. The man or Agokura, quote to them, Coberti Anderson and Kamuto, rain. Now, watch him, was it a born any day? Ba, Minyo, I bet you an answer. So do I say. The question no. C'est le quoi soit on sait pas on sait what you say ou de déjà c'est yenye na so na won tena se mo na wa 29 sebe na wo kwa pro na wa wo de wani ehu ne de wo do asoso beso betie tu was a control c'est pani wo pani na wo mo papa c'est baby a wotie sebe dwumedia Ghana mind dey show onsa dey be catch no dey dey be catch no o se ano e be ka dey dey chiro na sebe wo so ntrase na wo pie na sebe wo kwa apri e na bo se dey be catch no onte sa dey anwuno e na ya sebe obehunu say baby so a ekoye out the no pa go akwa mu no eno so mo ore tishire say ampa sebe adwuma ekuta wo no wotimi eye say wodu wa wudiem asante mo ha de ayekofo onu mi nya na ye dia titie ni ye ne hwe ni ye
Zoom. Zoom.
Bye. And I'm going to be a cost was and no more you, papa. Zoom. So the Judy would new fit. On said the attack will be ano, who knew when we saw by a sentiment.
Currently, we are the bottom. This is where we do the slaughtering. The capacity is about 20,000 beds a day. Currently now, we do about 5.2 million in a year. And out of the 5.2 million, the feed and stuff, we need about 17,000 metric tons of maize a year. And if we divide it into smallholder farmers for 5 acres, we're looking at about 1,700 farmers that
we don't have your own farm.
We have our own maize farm as well, but that's about only 1,200 acres. But we will need extra outgrowers to grow for it. And also on the chicken, also we use 200 outgrowers. So we will give feed, we'll give day-old chicks, and at the end of the day we pick all of it. And the final product comes here. We've spoken to KFC, who is already ready to pick from us. After we get working capital, the 17 million working capital to be able for us to produce. They are asking for 100,000 beds a month, and we have the capacity to do that.
Facilities of God. Yes.
So you represent
the consultant.
Anaya nijide pa anaya nijida pakisi pempeni na tutuna nan aba kropon tuan this queen asida ne deda no nyame nhyira no
yedi kan na me da se utese be wa besra do so what chance fe bodwan e de ba be hia me da se papa na tise regional minister kan didn't say Mamma be pre. One say, Afibia, they are told me also said, me feed Jubilee House or Makoboa Pro. I will Ghana for Nina and I may shed the air coso. I will my buy a demo. I say, baby, one. As you see, yeah, it's me in your quiet eye. And my request with here a mouth for soon send my down on Kumaso. He sent me by her, the necropon here. Would they acquire some atomen in day? Masumuso. You are a cropon da baha. Openia maba bedin adiano. Man penny dada. Miss Missum no. Hanofi. John Jekum Kufuor, first MPP president of the Fourth Republic. He said, "We want to come here someone. No, Miss Me here, sir. I can't hear the contract. Now, contractor follow. I want to be chassis and I say no naka. To me, I'm the Benny Beshe. That's how I want to know. It is a woman when you got it to me. Who was same title, was same here title, no. Never have you now who said, me bah, no, when you're home for so. Then watching so no, Mammy Quan so about the Damase. Sir, constituency, baby, general, Nijina. Ain't me your behavior. Kufuor constituency, no chair better say. I could baby and fatally. I can say no so and yes and papa. Baby, general, Nijina, Madame Masenso, say, Mamma Banessa.
Confanochi to Santa Silva. That is under construction now. The Yosanti asked the chief director said, when you came last year, we were standing at the other side. And we had to go through, these are some of the images. We had to completely build a new pavement. And we have moved the cars to that side. So we've done all the drilling bed, the demolitions, the clearing, and we now have asphalt in front of the
and the auditorium is at the far end, and we are working on the ground stabilization. So very soon that one will also be coming on board.
All these are part of it?
Yes, they are all part of it. This is the administration block, administration and library combo. And then this is the principal, the vice principal, and then we have a staff class there. That's the boys' dormitory. The girls' dormitory is right in the corner. And then the creative arts block itself is behind this facility, yes.
45%.
Yes. But here too, we are also gunning for sectional completion. And we want to get some facilities running within the by the end of the year. And then we will roll out the other ones as we enter the next year.
How many will be completed well?
Around June. Yes.
Everything will
yes,
be over.
Yes, we are pushing hard. Yes.
happy to be here for the graduation ceremony of the 50th Cadet Officers Course into the Senior Officer Course of the Police Service. I say a big aiko to the 129 officer cadets who are graduating today. And I commend them also for the spectacular drills they have put up. Ladies and gentlemen, the most important things of a nation are the peace and safety of its people and its territorial integrity. Article 200, Clause 3 of the Constitution of the Republic states, and I quote, "The police service shall be equipped and maintained to perform its traditional role of maintaining law and order," unquote. The ultimate goal of this provision is to ensure explicitly that the ordinary citizen feels safe and can go about his or her everyday life free from the fear of crime and insecurity. The police service is further mandated by the Police Service Act of 1970, Act 350, to prevent and detect crime, apprehend offenders, and maintain the safety of persons and property. The effective execution of this mandate is premised on building a professional police service that is accountable, responsive, transparent, and trustworthy, and which accommodates the concerns of the general public that it serves. We want to go back to the good old days of policing, where people felt that all the efforts of the police were geared towards making their lives more comfortable. It is gratifying to note that the 2020 Global Peace Index report, compiled and released by the Institute of Economics and Peace, ranked Ghana as the second most peaceful country in sub-Saharan Africa, after Mauritius. Such a positive global outlook identifies our country as a peaceful destination for sound investments, and all of us, including the police and the citizenry, should be encouraged by such an assessment. In spite of this, we all know that we have quite some way to go towards becoming #1 on the rankings. Currently, the traditional challenges to security, such as chieftaincy conflicts, land disputes, religious intolerance, ethnic animosities, and political rivalry, are being compounded by contemporary threats like drug and human trafficking, proliferation of small arms and light weapons, armed robberies, cyber crimes, and activities of nomadic herdsmen. Today, the challenges to Ghana's security are numerous, complex, and sometimes quite unpredictable. I'm aware the recent incidents of violent crimes in some parts of the country have generated safety and security concerns from several sections of the population. I want to assure Ghanaians that the police service, and indeed all the other security services, are determined to deal decisively with the threats posed by dangerous criminals and criminal syndicates. We can help them succeed in this endeavor if we urge the police and the other security services on and give them as much support and cooperation in the fight as we can. Government, in recognition of the difficulties and dangers confronting police personnel in the discharge of their duties, remains committed to resourcing the service by the provision of adequate personnel and logistics to enable them deliver on their mandate. To this end, since I came into office in January 2017, a total of 568 vehicles, including 15 operational buses, have been presented by government to the service, a feat unprecedented in its history. Apart from the existing formed police unit FPU in Accra, an additional 22 light armored vehicles have been procured for use by the FPUs to be established in November in the northern, Upper East, and Ashanti regions. In the next 1.5 years, FPUs will be established in the remaining regions that do not have FPUs. 200 motorbikes have also been distributed to members of the Community Policing Initiative to boost the presence of the police in our communities. Modern communication equipment and 4,500 fragmentation jackets have been procured and delivered to the service to protect officers and help ensure effective policing. The police service will take delivery of 3 helicopters, made up of 2 Gazelle light attack helicopters and 1 Airbus 350 helicopter in November this year to enhance its work. Hangars for them, located at the National Police Training School, have been completed, and 6 officers who will fly these helicopters have completed their training in South Africa. At the beginning of my mandate in 2017, there were 800 CCTV installations in the country for surveillance. At the end of my first term, that figure had gone up to 6,500. And by the end of the year, another 3,500 would have been added, making a total of almost 11,000 in the country. Government has strengthened the cybercrime fighting capabilities of the service through the setting up of a computer emergency response team center at the National Communications Authority. The Ministry of the Interior has procured 3 alligator silver boats to help fortify security along the country's maritime waters. This has been done in fulfillment of the pledge I made to expand and resource the Marine Police in order to help them work with the Ghana Navy to protect inter alia our offshore oil and gas installations. The Criminal Investigations Department, CID, has been equipped with a digital forensic laboratory, and for the first time in the history of the department, crime officers are given a monthly allowance to support their investigations. We've retooled the CID Forensic Science Lab. The CID building has also now become disability friendly, and there is continuous training of CID officers. On addressing the housing needs of the service, the construction of 320 housing units at the National Police Training School is at an advanced stage of completion. Work is ongoing on the construction of a barracks at Kwabenya to replace the one adjacent to the DVLA at 37, which is not fit for purpose. A new mechanical workshop for the service is also being constructed at Boshe near Hacho. In addition to the yearly increments of salaries for all police personnel, government has placed them, like the other members of the security services, under the CAP 30 pension scheme. Clearance has been given for the police service to recruit some 5,000 more personnel to augment the manpower base of the service in a bid to meet the recommended UN police-civilian ratio of 1 to 500. Prior to this, a total of 4,000 persons were recruited into the police service from 2018 to 2020. The recruitment processes have been improved with an online application system, which is built to eliminate irregularities often associated with such exercises, giving every qualified Ghanaian youth who wishes to join the police a fair chance of being enlisted. I am excited about the collaboration, the first of its kind, taking place between the Police Academy and the University of Cape Coast, which has resulted in the award by the university of a Diploma in Security Services to members of Cadet Course 50 and to future graduates of the Academy. The education received is intended to mold thoroughly the character of all officers on parade, which must be reflected in the performance of their work as they assume leadership positions across the country. I thank the University of Cape Coast for this partnership and appeal to the other security services to emulate this laudable initiative. Ladies and gentlemen, while government does its utmost to equip, resource, and retool the police services, it is important that discipline prevails throughout the service. This is a charge I give the Acting Inspector General of Police and the entire police administration. Without discipline and effective supervision, winning public confidence and support to fight crime will be very problematic. The prevention and detection of crime are shared responsibilities between the police and the public, and mutual respect, confidence, and support are required to achieve these goals. I cannot end without reiterating the support of government and I for the recent actions taken by the Acting Inspector General of Police, George Akuffo-Dampare, which are eliciting strong backing from the population. He has so far vindicated my decision to repose trust in him to hold this high office. I am confident that once the necessary processes are completed, which I am sure will be soon, he will become our nation's 23rd Inspector General of Police. To our new cadet officers who will shortly become senior officers, I advise you to step out as agents of change. The training you have undergone should have imbibed in you the values of commitment to discipline, duty, hard work, and integrity. I am hopeful that you will bring to bear the knowledge you have acquired to project positively the image of the police service. Discharge your responsibilities professionally and live above reproach. May I, in conclusion, ask all of you to be upstanding as I formally make these pronouncements. By the powers vested in me as President of the Republic, I hereby appoint the 6 officer cadets and 123 cadet officers to the ranks of Superintendent of Police, Deputy Superintendent of Police, and Assistant Superintendent of Police into the Senior Police Officer Corps of the Ghana Police Service. May God bless the Ghana Police Service. May God bless the police. And that's all. And may God bless our homeland Ghana and make her great and strong. I thank you for your attention.
one of the things GhanaWeb is doing, which in my estimation is one of the best things, is trying as much as possible to give pictorial in terms of video of whatever it's reporting online. Unlike those days where you only had to read about text. This time around, they've gone a step ahead and to ensure that there's a video added to whatever content they are putting out there for readers to also have a feel of the story. One of the things I think GhanaWeb can do is to, apart from the online TV, rather go on a full-fledged TV channel rather than the online TV. I think that would help. I've seen that the online TV is helping, but they should just go in a full channel. Keep up the good work. There may be challenges, but don't be deterred by those challenges. Challenges are bound to happen in every institution, and try and work harder. Focus on whatever you set to do for yourself, and I'm sure as the years roll by, you achieve those challenges.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Hello and welcome to BizTech on GhanaWeb TV. As usual, I am here to serve you some stories that made headlines in the week and an interview a member of the business desk had with an expert. I am Ernestina Sewa Asante. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back from the break. Now, on Monday, September 27th, the Monetary Policy Committee of the Bank of Ghana announced its decision to keep the policy rate at 13.5%. Now, the Bank of Ghana Governor, Dr. Ernest Addison, made this known at a press conference held in Accra. He cited inflation as the major reason the policy rate was kept unchanged. My colleague Mauli Aholumega had an interview with a financial expert to speak on the growing development.
The Monetary Policy Committee of the Central Bank has decided to maintain its policy rate at 13.5%. The Central Bank cited inflation risks remaining in the medium term in the absence of unexpected shocks as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. To unpack this, I'll be speaking with the Chief Executive Officer of Tent Maker Ghana, an entrepreneurship hub. Before I introduce my guest, I'll take a quick break and we'll be right back. Welcome back from that break. My guest on this week's edition of BizTech is Henry AJ, and he's the Chief Executive Officer of Tent Maker Ghana, which is an entrepreneurship hub, and he's also an economist. Henry, welcome to BizTech on GhanaWeb TV. How are you doing?
I'm great.
Yeah,
how are you?
I'm doing very well. How's New York?
New York is good.
Yeah. Thank you so much for your time. Yeah, so welcome to BizTech. I wanted to quickly have a conversation with you on the recent announcement of the policy rate by the central bank, which has been kept at 13.5%. I wanted to first pick your thoughts on that.
Well, I think that the governor gave reasons why this must be kept at 13 points because of the fact that, you know, there are a lot of things that happens in the economy. And for a central bank that has a responsibility to regulate how the financial system is, like, you want to make sure that the rate at which you are lending to banks and then the rate at which you are giving people an opportunity for access for capital is very important. So I think it is good, especially when we are managing a situation that is pretty different from what we know as a normal. Many economies are really stressed, and so most economies have different reactions to this. And I think that it is good that we don't go overboard. And so to keep it at same rate as it were, it's a good move, in my opinion.
Yeah. But some would suggest that our inflation keeps rising up because this is almost the third time that the central bank is pegging this figure 13.5. It did it at 100, the 800 meeting. Did it at the 101st? This is the 102nd. So it's doing it again at this meeting. Should we be concerned that because it's pegging this at the inflation rate?
Well, I mean, the policy rate is a bit different from the inflation rate. And when you look at even our inflation, I can say the margin of inflation is not too much. When you look at various economies, and I've said this, that when you look at, say, the US economy now, as at the beginning of the year, inflation was 1.4%. As of now, inflation is 5.4%.
Yeah,
that's a huge increase.
Yeah,
and it's because of the dynamics of the recovery. There's a lot of cash in the system now. I keep telling people that as of now, the dollar in circulation in the system now has increased by 40% in the last 1 year, right, in the US economy. And so you want to make sure that you are keeping your economy, which is relatively dependent on other economies, close, so you don't go either below or above. So I think that it's a good move also because, you know, the recovery has not been full yet. And you cannot fully give account of how the stress of the economy has been and how things must be in place. So you want to always, if you're advancing, you want to advance cautiously. If you want to retract, you want to track cautiously. And that's why I believe that it's a good move because it gives you an opportunity to observe and to see how things are moving. And also because of the fact that these are done not in wider intervals. It is not too different in most economies to have the same rate.
Yeah. All right. So now I want to come down to lending rates. We all know the lending rate is very key for businesses. But the central bank has decided to keep its policy rate at 13.5. But then here, back home in Ghana, banks are lending at 20% and 20% above. Isn't that a bit worrying? And how is that going to affect the private sector?
Well, I mean, my readings of the reports that was sent was that there's a marginal reduction in lending. And it is purely because people are not so sure of lending or borrowing now. And so even the lenders have, you know, cash that they cannot, you know, give out. And also because if you look at even recovery, the governor mentioned that recovery has been a problem and that the default rate has increased. That is also because of the pandemic situation that we have and the way we are recovering our economy. Because people take the money and they are not so sure of how to spend it. You know, supply has become a challenge, demand has become a challenge. Demand side, inflation takes place in different forms. It's either there's so much supply or there's so much demand and things like that. And I think that the reason why you would find a reduction in say interest rates is because a lot of people are not borrowing. But also the reason why you would find that in some snippets, some places, there are some increases because of the way credit is sourced from such angles. You know, in our economy, because of the way the economy is, people go in for facilities when they are really in need of it. And so the processes that they need to go through, they want it to be shortened. And we're not used to that. We are used to the process where it will take you a number of days to be able to get a certain facility that you need. So you need some money so quickly. And that comes back to demand. And because your demand is so urgent, supply will then become the boss, right? So the supply will tell you how to sell it to you. And that's why you find those out of the box, rates that we find on our market. But I think that generally, even the banking system, even the credit system has not recovered, because more people are not borrowing. They are so scared. They are not so sure of their business anymore. They're not so sure of the demand for their product anymore. Banks are not so sure of how they recover anymore. The system to recovery is not so certain to them anymore. And so the dynamics is we're still in a phase where everybody's observing something, one thing or the other. And so I will think that it is not too out of place, the circumstances around the rates that we have currently in our situation.
Okay, thank you very much. So speaking of recovery, obviously COVID is here, and the markets are quite volatile, and it's shattered a lot of things. Our local currency, which is the CD, has been depreciating, but the Bank of Ghana, in its statement, point 27 of the document, says that the CD has performed strongly with a year-to-date depreciation of 1.8. I would just want to pick your thoughts of that figure, and where do you think our CD depreciation, in terms of projections, where should we be looking at?
I have had an opinion that our dependence on currency has become a challenge for us as an economy. We look at different, especially developed economies, the value that is stored in transaction is not so dependent on currency. So you'll find that, say, if you move to some places, people don't have cash in their wallets, but they still spend. Okay. And I think that is the place that we need to delve into. I'm sure we'll talk about that when we are looking at the facing off of the ones into coins. But I think that the depreciation is because there's so much pressure on the currency, right? And therefore, because there's so much pressure, you need to make sure that it's always available. Okay, and that is one thing that our economy must move from. I am thinking that for us to get to the 9th month, we may not see too much increase in the position of the currency, but also looking forward, looking at the dynamics that COVID brought us, we must all be aiming at something that is central to all of us. We must all be able to put in place some mechanism, some shock resistance, so that when there is something like this again, our currency will not be suffering. Right. So I told you that in the US now, there's so much cash in circulation, but we don't think that the currency is depreciated. Why? Because of the system that is in place. Even though there's so much currency, people don't store value in cash. Okay. And when you go to a lot of places in the UK, almost every place where you see the economy doing well. So I asked the question, why do I have to go to, say, Malcolm or go to the mall and have to carry cash with me? Why can't the mall, why can't I go to any place to buy something that will help me not have cash, but have it on some other medium, And I think that will reduce the pressure, and our currency will have much more value than it has now.
Okay. All right. Speaking of value, the Bank of Ghana has also announced that it wants to phase out the 1 cedi and the 2 cedi notes. I first want to understand, do you think this is a good move? And I also want to add to this that the Bank of Ghana's reason for doing that is it's not cost effective to print. But some have argued that this is going to bring a lot of pressure onto the other currencies, because now if you're phasing out the 1 cedi and the 2 cedi notes, which people oftentimes use, we now have to rely on the 5 cedi, and that's going to make transactions quite difficult. I just want to pick your thoughts on that.
Well, for me, there are different dynamics to this. First of all, what you are saying is that we are going to change the way the currency is. We are not going to use notes again. We are going to use coins.
Yes.
Because we believe coins last. Well, as much as I believe it's a good idea, I think it is pretty much short-sighted. So just like I've told you, we need to begin to move the pressure from currency, okay, into a different medium of transaction. So just somewhere last month, a very small country, decided to test its currency system. So El Salvador decided to use cryptocurrency as its currency.
Yeah.
Now, I have my reservation about cryptocurrencies, but I think also that the dynamics is changing. So we need to move from the place where we are dependent on something like that, on physical cash and things like that. I believe that the way our economy is being transitioned now, the fact that we are trying to digitize our system, the fact that Ghana Card is putting some value on, putting my identity on individuals, will help us to streamline some of these things. But we cannot continue to, have a certain sort of value in a certain, medium that give us always, give us a problem, because that thing is in itself losing value. So if I have a CD and then tomorrow I cannot use that CD that I'm using today, there's no value for it. But what will make that CD lose its value is because there's so much pressure on that CD. Okay, if you want to go get something and then you need to have the value within yourself. Okay, so you need to have the cash within yourself to pay. If the person who is selling to you doesn't see that cash, the person is going to sell to you. But I see that in systems where people don't need to have the value by themselves, but create some trust. Currency is basically a store of trust, a store of value. So we need to reinvent ourselves, from moving the dependence on cash-based economy to some level of economy that doesn't always have to look for cash. But again, to the concern that you raised, not many people want to carry coins on them. All right. Now, because of that, it means that all the time there is so much pressure on the larger denominations that we have. But I don't see it as a problem too much, because it is not the face. No, it is not. In the old times when we say that we are not going to use that currency again, such that because there's no 1 CD or 2 CD, if you have a change that is say 1 CD or 2 CD, you say let us leave it. And so because of that, pricing would have to factor those small denominations in place, right? So I think it will not be too much of a problem. The only thing is that in the medium term, I think it would help us, so we don't need to reprint currencies like that again. But the question is, if we see that there's so much pressure, as we've heard, on say the 200 CD that we just printed, are we going to print it in coins? I don't think that is going to be the case. So we need to think forward. We need to look at how do we release ourselves from the dependence on some of this currency, and how can we, make our economy rely mostly on systems like credit systems or systems like using our cards for payment, and then having all the transaction in a certain pool that all of us can benefit from without necessarily having to carry some of this cash.
Okay, Harry, thank you so much. I'll just take a quick break and we'll be right back.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Okay, Harry, welcome back from our break. Thank you so much for your time. Yeah, so we've been speaking about the economy. Obviously, COVID has been here doing quite some number on us. Where do you think, in terms of revitalizing our economy and all of that, from your point of view, what do you think should be the thematic areas that we should be focusing on?
Well, one thing that COVID did for all of us is to put all of us on the same scale. Whether you are developed or you're underdeveloped, you put all of us on the same scale. It also tested our ability to resist some of the things, some things like this. global things like this. In 2008, when there was a financial crisis, we had the aftershock. But COVID, because of the way it was, we all had to experience it. I must say that we, just like the president came and then talked about it, we back in Africa have dealt it much more well than most of the developed economies. I guess maybe because of the nature of COVID. But the ripple effect, the effects on emerging economies like ours has been more dire. Also because of our dependence on foreign direct investments and things like that, and the fact that most of our economies are relying on other developed economies to sustain itself. And so COVID had pressure on household, it had pressure on the economy, it had pressure on businesses, it had pressure on even the way we look at things. But the good thing is that COVID also put all of us on a certain scale that we now know. Now, today, we don't need to have physical experience to be able to understand that things can be done. And so I can live, say, in Ghana and then work, have my work office in, say, Indonesia. I don't need to be there.
Yeah.
Okay. So COVID has taught us that we can all be put on the same scale and that the world is more of a global village than it were when we thought it was. Okay, so it brought its own benefits, but the fact that if you want to depend and rely on somebody, that person is also dealing with their own challenges, and therefore you may have to find a way to deal with yourself. And that's what I think COVID taught of us.
Yeah. So speaking of, you mentioned something very profound about dependence. Speaking of dependence, the finance minister is expected to come before Parliament and present the 2022 budget, the main budget, in November 15th. What do you think should cover this budget?
Okay, so I mean, in terms of even the backlog of COVID and the transitioning into a new dispensation, I think that the sustainability of most economy has been how to digitize our economy. And that's why I said that I'm excited that we are at least using Ghana Card to identify ourselves. We are using the street naming, we are using the house naming and things like that as a way to identify ourselves. I'm not too sure what timelines we have, but I think it is one key aspect of the recovery of our economy and the sustainability of our economy. In recent times, I think that industrialization has become a very interesting, emerging strength for our economy. And the fact that when we move a lot of companies to come and settle in our system, we structure our economy to help in the growth of that. What I am looking up for the finance minister to be able to dwell on is how we are going to complete this whole process of digitizing our economy. Because like I've told you, it will do us a lot of good. It will help us in our credit delivery system. It will help us in our economic recovery system, but it will also help us in our sustainability system. There's one area that I think we started a long time in the first term of this government was how a lot of people were giving confidence to reinvent themselves, to start something. And so you notice that there was the setup of the Business Development Ministry, and which had the NEIP that helped a lot of people. So we saw a lot of people, graduates, now trying to set up their own enterprises. I think that image was good for all of us. So I've told you that if you are going to look at somebody who is living in some developed economy to come take care of you, it would take a long time. So you need to give more confidence to your people so that they will begin to see within themselves the capacity to produce or to do something else. And so it is one area that I think that the government must spend a lot of money on. How do we reinvent ourselves? How do you give us all the confidence, especially young people? Because our economy is a youngest economy, and therefore we must begin to give the confidence to the people to know that we can do it. And if we can do it, then how do we do it? Is to be able to put in a lot of finance in those areas. So I think that the government must be able to create a certain pool, a pool that build graduates, pool that will build the sustainability of the economy, to be able to create something for itself. So I am looking to the same way the government brought free SHS, all of us were excited, and the fact that we're giving ourselves some understanding of how things happen around us. I'm looking at the government saying that, look, the way to recovery is to industrialize, and the way to industrialize is to keep building the energy of your people to dare to industrialize. And how do they dare to do that? Is to give them some incentive to do that. And therefore, these are some of the things that I'm looking at. But also, there are some things that I feel that the government must really look at. And that is how we distribute our infrastructure. I think that it becomes a challenge for us when the infrastructure decision is skewed. It becomes a challenge because then we build too much pressure on places. For instance, in Accra and in Kumasi and things like that. And I think that if we have to distribute our infrastructure, we have to look at the areas. Previously, when the finance minister is coming to read the budget, one area that we look at is roads. Which road is in the budget, which road is not in the budget, and things like that. Road network is very important, but also how those roads is able to produce something. How those roads. I think, for instance, say the area of road network that we need to look at is the rails. The rails, in the beginning of this government was prominent, but in recent times I've not really heard too much about it, and something that I think that we need to look at it as one of the areas that will help our growth.
All right, Henry J, thank you so much for your time. This has been very insightful. I've been speaking with Henry J, and he's the Chief Executive Officer of Tent Maker Ghana, and he's also an economist. And we've been unpacking the recent developments by the central bank to maintain the policy rate, amongst other matters, with regards to the economy. This has been this week's edition of BizTech on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Mauli Aholimeka.
Thank you, Mauli Aholumega, for that interesting conversation. We'll be back with Biz Headlines. To our very first story, the Bank of Ghana on Monday, September 27, 2021, announced that the monetary policy rate remains unchanged. The central bank kept the policy rate at 13.5% at their 102nd meeting in Accra. This is the third time the policy rate has been maintained this year.
Inflation has risen sharply over the last two readings, driven mainly by sustained food price increases. Although food inflation has pushed overall inflation close to the upper limit of the band, core inflation remains relatively subdued. In the view of the committee, the increase in inflation is mainly due to food inflation, which is expected to abate with the onset of the harvest season. This notwithstanding, the latest forecasts indicate that inflation will remain within the medium target band, but closer to the upper limit in the near term, in the absence of further unexpected shocks. A close monitoring of the inflation situation is, however, warranted to respond swiftly to prevent potential second-round effects on headline inflation from the rising food inflation. The committee stands ready to respond appropriately as needed if this particular risk materializes. Given these considerations and the fairly balanced risks to inflation and growth in the outlook, the committee decided to keep the policy rate unchanged at 13.5%.
The Bank of Ghana Governor, Dr. Ernest Addison, announced that very soon the 1 cedi and 2 cedi notes will not be in the system. He said printing the aforementioned notes are not cost-effective and most times receive them soiled and torn. Also, the currency processing machines are unable to process these weak notes. Dr. Ernest Addison therefore noted that the 1 cedi and 2 cedi notes will be replaced by their respective coins.
The 2 cedi notes and the one with the President Nkrumah's picture on, I know that there has been some discussion on that. You would recall that this was a note that was issued as a commemorative note. So commemorative notes are not notes that you continue to print, right? And therefore, what we have done in the last 2 years is to introduce the 2 cedi Ghana coin, right? And the 2 cedi Ghana coins, I believe, are circulating, and you would expect that eventually they would more or less play the role that the 2 cedi notes are playing. Both the 1 Ghana cedi note and the 2 Ghana cedi note would eventually be phased out because they are not cost effective in terms of the printing costs of notes that circulate very widely and they come back very torn and soiled and very difficult for currency processing machines to process them. You have bales and bales of 1 cedi notes which we are not even able to process. So the view in the longer term is to more or less, get out of the notes of 1 cedi and 2 cedi and then use the 1 Ghana cedi coin and the 2 Ghana cedi coin.
Management of the Bulk Oil Storage and Transportation Limited, BOST, has stated it has saved the country from paying $26 million to 8 bulk distribution companies. This comes following huge deposits of petroleum products which allegedly went missing from tanks of the National Strategic Oil Storage Company.
We did a forensic audit in-house. We brought in Yoko. We brought in the national security. We used our own people with the same stakeholders. And guess what? Each of these companies who claimed they were owed $37 million now accepted that we owe them $11 million. We saved this country a whopping $26 million. And this was done by the same staff who we came to meet in BOST, together with support from some security agencies. Now, this is a very huge feat, because if this money had been paid without questioning the amount, we would have paid $26 million for free out. So we are extremely proud about this particular event.
The Bank of Ghana has disclosed that it spent 337.5 million cedis towards the printing of currency notes in 2020 to 306.2 million cedis spent in 2019, a recent 2020 annual report has shown. The report said the central bank has also spent 7.9 million cedis in 2020 on other currency management operations compared to the 3.9 million cedis spent in 2019. These figures, the BOG said, place the expense in the total currency issue recorded in 2020 at 347.8 million cedis. On currency notes that were in circulation for the period, the central bank recorded 23.3 billion cedis as compared to 16.2 billion cedis earlier recorded in 2019. The report stated that on deposits in various currency fronts, the central bank recorded 17.5 billion cedis of cedi-denominated notes, 4.5 billion cedis in dollars, 320 million cedis in pounds, and 693.1 million in euros, while other currencies recorded were estimated 13.9 million cedis. Finance Minister Ken Ofori-Atta is expected to deliver the 2022 budget statement before Parliament on November 15, 2021. The presentation of the budget is in accordance with Article 179 of the 1992 Constitution and Section 21 of the Public Financial Management Act 2016, Act 291. According to a statement issued by the ministry, it is prior to the presentation seeking inputs from various business associations, professional bodies, faith-based organizations, as well as the general public. The inputs the ministry added will cover the budget presentation from 2022 to 2025 and should reach its offices not later than October 8, 2021. That's all for today. Keep watching BizTech on GhanaWeb TV. Before we go, do log on to www.ghanaweb.com for more stories. Do well to follow us on all social media platforms, on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter at the GhanaWeb, on YouTube, GhanaWeb TV. I am Ernestina Sewa Asante. Do have a lovely weekend.
And principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you are denying funny face.
It's not my brother.
Today you are denying funny face.
I don't know him.
You don't know funny face.
It's not my brother.
You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
So, do you know how long the company has been in existence? 22 years?
No, I didn't. It's when you reached out to us and mentioned that you're 22 years, and I think that's shocking. I've followed, GhanaWeb for quite a while, more than a decade, but I wouldn't have pegged you guys for having been in existence for more than 2 decades, and I think that's really positive for you guys. You've served the nation really well with the kind of contents that you've delivered to your readers over the past years, and I think that it's been a pleasure, having worked with you. For me at Soccerbet, and for every other reader out there, I'm sure they'll be really pleased to know that you've been in existence for 22 years. We want to, from here at Soccerbet, what we want to say to you at GhanaWeb, to your management, to your staff, is congratulations for this particular feat. It's been an amazing journey, I'm sure, and I want to wish you all the best going forward for the years to come. Everything that you do, may it work well for you. May you go beyond your boundaries and continue to serve the entire populace.
Ghana's embassy in Madrid on Saturday, September 4th, denied passport application processing for some 27 Ghanaians, including pregnant women and children, after they traveled from Girona to Martorell in the Catalonian province in Spain for the exercise or the process which was organized by the embassy through a consular clinic. Now, this allegation is being made by some Ghanaians who live in Girona. Tidon Seila will be speaking to some of these affected victims via Zoom on exactly how this came to be, and we'll also see how we can resolve this, getting the right authorities to respond. My name is Lord Harris Udwasari. When we return from a break, we'll get straight into the conversation. Please stay. Welcome back. You're watching Say It Loud with me, Lord Harris Udwasari. So we'll go straight to the conversation. We have with us Mr. Emmanuel Esiedu. Mr. Esiedu, good morning.
Good morning, and thank you for having us.
Great. Thanks for being here. Now, tell me, how is the Ghanaian community in Girona like?
Okay, before I do that, I would like to introduce the rest of the members here. Okay?
All right.
Okay, we have here with us our chairman, our interim chairman for our association, Mr. Godfrey Tobo. We have the vice lady of our Council of Elders, vice chair lady, right here. You can see her.
Okay, great.
I'm Comfort Upon.
And we have the vice president of our association, interim.
Prince.
Hi, Prince.
And then we have an active member of our association,
Mr. Wadi.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Brady.
And my name is Godfrey Tobo, the interim president.
Okay, Godfrey, I didn't get a surname.
Godfrey Tobo.
Tobo.
T-O-B-O-A.
Okay.
Tobo.
Okay. Godfrey Tobo. Okay, so we.
Okay.
Mr. Said we'll start with you, and then we'll go around the table.
Okay, then. First, I would like to convey to you, our members, profound gratitude for your interest in our story, and for giving us the platform and the opportunity to share it with your audience. But before we proceed, though, I would like to make a few things clear. Should I?
Okay, I'm listening. Just
Hello?
go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. This interview is about an article I posted to you for publication. Ghana Embassy, Madrid, Spain, denied passport application processing for Ghanaians in Kelowna because they do not belong to a particular unit.
Even before you go ahead, we are just going to have a conversation. The basis of the interview is the article you wrote, but I want my audience to have a fair idea of the association, how life in Girona is like. So let's have a normal conversation and then we can delve into the issue proper. Would that be okay?
Okay, so you want to know the situation in...
Yes, let's have a conversation. How is Girona, Ghanaians in Girona like? How long have you been in Girona for Spain?
Well, I've been in Girona for, let's say, 15 years.
15 years.
And some of my 15 years. Some of my colleagues here have been here over 15 years.
Okay.
Okay.
Right.
And, we are over 400 Ghanaians living in Girona and its environs.
I see. And over the years, how have you been addressing issues among you Ghanaians in Girona as far as the embassy or the consulate is concerned?
Actually, it would have been fair for your audience and for all of us if you have let me finish my introduction speech, and then probably we go into the article, because as I'm aware that I think you may have read the article before this interview. So the article actually talks much about what you're asking me now.
Okay, right. Thank you for that. Now you speak of an association. Tell us more about the association. I asked earlier how you've been addressing issues with your association over time. How has that been like?
About 14 years ago,
right,
a couple of concerned Ghanaians came together to form association, because there were no association in Girona here. So after the association was formed, mandate was given to a group of people to lead it. They did their best up to 2015. Then they saw the need to do elections, to have a new leader to lead them.
Okay.
So elections took place. It wasn't even easy for the elections, because within the same caretaker administration, some people, led by our current chairman, raised an emotion. A referendum was done, and then the election finally took place. Then our past, let's say the old association's chairman, won the election. Well, there was the usual what do you call it, the usual rumors about elections, but he won it, so we gave it to him. And we advised that since we are not a country and we are just a nation, why don't we all come together as one people? For example, we even advised, and even the then Nigerian Union president advised that, why can't he make his opponent the vice? So those of us can team up together and organize ourselves very well in order to have a beautiful union here, because we are the same people, having the same goals and stuff like that. But there were some people in our community who don't see things that way. So they kind of rejected this idea, and they went forward. Well, what can we do? They won the election and they want to have the administration. So they went ahead. Okay, they called some of us to join them, to be organizers for them or secretary, but honestly, we did not participate. Why? Because we didn't actually like the makeup of their administration. There were so many areas that we advise them, they wouldn't take. So occasionally they do call on us for they do consult us for certain issues, and we do advise them as to what to do. But it became that they turned the association into like a private club for a few friends. For your audience sake, my article about this was written, was published in GhanaWeb Diaspora News of Monday, 1st February 2016. Okay, Ghana Union, Jelona, a club for a few friends. Because of that, most people don't actually participate in the union's affairs or activities and stuff like that. So the election was supposed to be, another election was supposed to be done in 2 years, but the chairman refused. He kind of find a way around it to say that because nobody came to contest against him, so he continued as unopposed, which is not true, because our very vice president here submitted his nomination form to contest. But as usual, they find a way to dodge around it, and he continued as unopposed. People were not happy. But here is a guy who is likable, friendly somehow, and had that magnetic way of life that people actually like him. But he was not doing the right thing for the community. So after another 2 years, the previous caretaker administration rose up to ask him to conduct an election. Well, he was kind of being on denial that when he took over power, no one has been coming to the meeting and all this stuff. But that is not true. He has been conducting meetings in his home with his friends. Okay. The only thing that the association is very good in doing is to announce funerals, announcing funerals and calling the community to go to funerals. While some of us are highly participating in our civic activities here in Jelona, in our civic cultural stuff and the city council. They were only interested in funerals and stuff like that. So over time, the city council and the civic center found out that no, Ghanaians are not attending meetings. What happened? But strangely to them too, individual Ghanaians are participating actively with them in their meetings. But why not the Ghanaian community? So things became hot when the previous caretaker administration said they can't take it anymore. So they found Council of Elders Committee to ask them to open up the association to the public. Let us revive it. Let us revive it and do an election. There was a heated argument, heated problem. I mean, altercations here and there. So I personally was not involved in
the elections.
I was not active in the association.
Okay.
Okay, because as a freelance writer, I decided to stay neutral. So there is, in case of anything, I will be able to come in or something like that. But people were pushing us that we can't live in the same city and let a couple of, I have to use this word, incompetent, inept people to run affairs for us, because they might make decisions that will affect all of us. And honestly, they did, because that was a time when we go to Madrid to renew our passports. After you've been to Madrid to get your passport renewed, you've been there, you've done biometric, you've paid everything, the embassy will not send the passport to you. They will send it to the association for you to go and collect from them, which is unlawful, because no one has the right to see anyone's document. And in this case, sometimes when the documents arrive, they keep the documents a day or two, sometimes a week. before you are even aware that your document has arrived.
Okay,
and when
Mr.
you go,
before you even go ahead, before you go ahead.
Hello?
Yeah, Mr. Sedi, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, but your voice is very low.
Okay, I'd like Mr. Tobo to come in at this point, right? So Mr. Siedu spoke about the fact that after renewing your passports, the embassy sends it to the association, right? So I get the sense that the embassy was working with this association, but here's the situation where it seems there's some form of division. So what was exactly going on?
Thank you very much for giving me the platform. Yes, what Mr. Acedo just spoke about, it is a fact. We have an evidence. I happen to be a victim that after renewing my passports at the Ghana embassy, I provided or I gave them my residence address, for which normally supposed to be posted to me personally. My passport was then being given or posted to the Ghana Union Association Girona executives.
Okay.
That passport has been detained for 5 good days, not until I got in the rumor that my passport is in their hand.
When was
all
this?
efforts to retrieve this passport was unsuccessful. Thank God, you know, in Spain here, postage system works in terms of telematic communication.
Okay.
And through that, when the passport was being posted to them, the carried envoy that was granted that services also sent me a text message that my passport has arrived and I should confirm the receiving of that passport. It was there that I got to know that so my passport has already been posted to me in Girona, but has not arrived in my hand.
Mr. Godfrey Tobo, when did this happen?
Sorry, short.
Mr. Tobo.
It took police intervention before my passport was given back to me.
Okay. When did this happen? When was this?
Excuse me, I'm hearing you very faintly. If you can.
Mr. Tobo, can you hear me?
Very low, please.
It's still low. I'm saying that
your voice is very low.
I'm asking when this happened. When your passport was seized by the association.
It happened. I don't know. That's what 2021. So this happened 2014, 15 thereabout. Because
okay.
It was a 5 years renewal that I did. The current one I did was in this year. That's 2021. So calculating backwards, it was 2015 that I did my current expired passport, which became controversial as I speak to you now.
Okay. Did you take it up with the embassy when this happened?
Yes, I contacted the embassy, but then, if I can remember very well, that time the embassy, I don't know if they were going through a telecommunication problem or not. So anytime that you try calling them in terms of issues of this urgent manner, you hardly get them. You called, it goes through, it enters into a voice message, which we call in Spanish here as buzón.
Okay.
So all efforts getting the embassy, laying this before them, but then finally I happened to get the direct contact to the consular then, called Mr. Jonathan, and I laid my issue to him. I sent a personal report to him by then. Mr. Jonathan expressed a disappointment of the situation by then.
Okay.
And then that situation was published by Mr. Asiedu in his article. If I can make a reference to that is
the reference is
that's a second.
Ghana Union.
Yeah, that is
for a few friends.
Ghana Union Girona, a club for a few friends.
Diaspora News, GhanaWeb Diaspora.
That is in the GhanaWeb Diaspora News, 1st February 2016.
Okay, so 2016, the article got published. We are in 2021. We've had about a 5-year lapse. During this period, what has been happening? How come that has not been resolved?
Good, because as been described by Mr. Asiedu, it has become like a union for the few friends. And, excuse me to use the word, they made themselves, as been said in the Ghanaian political platform, that what? It was like that. So, as you know, being used by some of these politicians, it means that they wouldn't give even that time for you to even try to address issues with them.
Okay. Now, take us through.
Okay, I would like to come in again.
Okay, Mr. Siedu, let's hear you.
Can I? Okay. From when Mr. Godfrey Tobo's incident took place, things subsided a little bit, but majority of our people they are extracting money from them. Why? Because, for example, we now are an association. We don't force anyone to register with us. When anyone needs help, they call us, we go in and we help. We don't force people to tell them that come and register with us, pay your dues up to 50 euros before we help you to get consular services from the embassy. So all of us Ghanaians were very happy when the biometric system was introduced, which means if you know how to use your computer, you don't need to go to anyone. You can sit behind your computer and then fill in the form, book your appointment, you go to the embassy, and they do your passport for you.
Great.
But the makeup of our community is like a lot of people need help even to be behind the computer to do their passport application process. So we need to help. So because of that, there is a guy who is the secretary of the old association. He has been killing a lot of people, taking huge amounts of money from people. There are a lot of voice messages condemning him on our platform. Well, we won't go there because that is his own problem. People are still looking for him and dealing with him. So we were very happy when things were going that way. That is the embassy side.
Okay.
But then when it comes to our livelihood, our lives here in Girona, we become like a dent. No one knows us. Okay. First, the old Ghana Association has been removed from every activity that the city council or the civic centers does. We are out of it. We did our best. We approached them 3 years ago. 4 years ago, rather. 4 years ago, when the situation became heated, that the other party, which is that of Mr. Godfrey Tobo, they were calling for election. These people were denying it. So a couple of concerned citizens, including me, we approached them and asked them to stop the fight and sit down and talk. So they respected us, they gave us the platform, and both groups told us that we should mediate and try to make peace, which we did. They gave us an 8-page written bylaws that, from what we saw, is designed to kind of alienate some people from participating in the chairmanship of the association. But then they said something that we should go and look into it, and they give them a complete constitution that whatever we do, they will accept it because they know our status here in the community. So we did. We spent more than 6 months, and then we gave them a 35-page constitution. But we found out that it's like when someone becomes chairman or president, because the previous caretaker administration took 8 years, and then this one is taking to 6 years now. So we decided to add into the constitution some committees so that there will be power sharing, like Council of Elders, Disciplinary Committee, other committees to oversee the power. There will be a power sharing, so no particular person will take power of the association into his or her hand. So we did, and we gave copies of the constitution to both parties. The other party read the constitution and they accepted it, but the defunct old association now refused it. And not only, we gave them an option. If there is anything in the constitution that they did not like, they should inform us to change it. They can suggest some things in it, or they can even we can even come together and change it in its entirety. They did not do that. The next thing we heard, they've swerved us, and then they've called some few people for a meeting, and they've elected the Electoral Commission to conduct an election. But then during this time that we are looking to revive our association here, they were forming in the Barcelona province a union of Ghanaian associations in Catalonia. So because they were the executives, they were involved in the formation of this association, and they were going to meetings representing Gelona, and they were not giving us any feedback. They waited cleverly until the association was inaugurated, and they had positions in it before we are aware of what was going on. So luckily enough, there was going to be a program which the Ghana consulate was going to attend. So I was being sought after to be the MC. I mean, to moderate it. To be the master of ceremony of the day. Okay. I couldn't make it, but through that I got the contact of those people in Barcelona. And because I will say to this, I'm the first African here to do African Community Magazine in the Catalonia province. So most people in Barcelona know me because of we do go around taking photographs and doing interviews and writing articles, putting it in our magazine. So I contacted the president of the UGAG to advise his friend, our old chairman. By the way, before the incident in Matorel, 2 days before the incident in Matorel, this very chairman in the old association who has been making all these problems made a YouTube video to resign, which is on YouTube. Okay? So,
Mr. Seydou,
let me go back to
Mr. Seydou, before you go on, we'll take a quick break here. After the break, we'll delve further into the conversation, and you tell us exactly what happened on the 4th of September, why you were turned away and all that. You're still watching Say It Loud with me, Lord Harisido. Sorry, we're going for a quick break. Please stay.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Welcome back. You're still watching Say It Loud. My name is Lord Harisido. We've been speaking to some Ghanaians in Girona, Spain, who were refused refuted passport application at the embassy. They are here with us and they are giving us exactly more details into exactly what happened. We've been speaking to Mr. Siedu. Mr. Siedu.
Huh?
Mr. Siedu, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you?
I can, thank you. So let's get to it. Tell us exactly what happened on 4th of September when you applied for your passport.
Okay. Okay then. I'm doing that.
What happened when you got to the premises of the consulate?
I will read from the article because the article is written perfectly clear.
No, we want
to a point that the witnesses here.
Mr. Siedu, I want you to tell us. I want you to tell us what happened. Without reading the article, you experienced it. You went through it. So tell us what your experience was. You could let Mr. Godfred Tobo, Mr. Godfred Tobo, or any other member speak.
So let's go into it. About a month ago, we heard the rumors that in April, myself, Mr. Godfred Tobo, and one of our council of elders went to Madrid to renew our passports.
Okay.
So we had a 1 hour meeting, a courtesy call on the consul, Mr. Seth Odami. Actually, he was gracious. We talked on so many issues, and he even said that, very soon, we asked him that our president asked him that he came with a family of 3 in the speed train to Madrid, and the amount they paid to get there with the family is so expensive. So we were having a conversation, said, why can't they have a consulate in Barcelona so it will be easy for those of us in Catalonia to access it? Well, he gave his reason why that will not be possible. I wouldn't like to delve into that. Then he said they now have mobile equipment that can help them to travel around Spain to bring the consular services to our door. That when the COVID protocol is lowered down a little bit, that can go on. So we were very happy. And then we left. Then a couple of weeks later, the president of the UGAG in Barcelona called me and said they will be coming to Girona to have the UGAG's executive meeting in Girona, because Barcelona, actually the guy is in Tarragona. Barcelona has refused.
Okay.
For reasons not mentioned to me. So they will be coming to do the meeting here. So we said, okay, but it was too late for us. And you know, the European system of work, people have their work schedule. So they came, they did the meeting, we were not present. So they went. Then a week later, we heard rumors that the consulate is coming to Martorell in near Barcelona in Catalonia province to conduct the consular clinic exercise. Okay, we frequent the Ghana embassy website. So we knew when they were going to Zaragoza, it was announced. It was announced. When they were going to Zaragoza in the Aragon province, it was announced. When they went to Murcia, it was announced. When they went to Andalusia, it was announced. But Catalonia was not announced. But it was on individual platforms, random platforms, that this is what is taking place. So we called the Union of Ghana Association in Barcelona, and what they told us is that we should give our association's members' name to the old association. They knew very well the problem because we've been having Zoom meetings. We've been trying all this while to settle the issue, but we've not yet come into agreement or conclusion. Okay, so we said we cannot do that. We wrote to the consulate, to the consul, and he directed our president to send the names to the organizers because he has asked them to organize it for them. So our president did that. He sent the names, he called the organizer in Martorell and had a word with him. So they gave us go ahead to send our names, which he did. he sent our names. First of all, we sent the name to the consulate, and he directed him to send it to the organizers, which we did. Okay. They even asked us to, contribute a quota to help organize the prayers for COVID-19 protocols, which we agreed upon.
Mr. Siedu.
They gave us date, time, and venue.
Mr. Siedu, so it means at this point, there were 2 streams of lists being given to the organizers of the passport application. Is that what you are saying? One from the association and one from your group, since you weren't in very good terms with the recognized association?
Exactly. If you permit me, from here, I will let the president continue.
Okay, Mr.
I will let Mr. Tobo continue from here.
Right.
All right. Thank you very much. Once again, I proceed from where Mr. Asiedu just stopped. Based on the rumor that was in circulation about the Ghana embassy in Madrid coming to Catalonia region to do or to conduct clinical passport service for Ghanaians, we took that advantage and sent an email to the consul, Mr. Seth Odami. If you wouldn't mind, I'll read the content of the email to you.
Okay.
Dear Consul, good morning, sir. I'm writing to first of all thank you for fulfilling the passport mobile service that you told us about during our courtesy call on you at the embassy on the 21st April 2021. Please, sir, concerning the up-and-coming consular clinic for passport application processing at Mataró in Catalonia from September 2nd through to the 5th, 2021, I would like to present to you the following compatriots willing to process their passport application in Mataró for your consideration, sir. For not taking much of our time on this program today, I submitted these names to him from the very person on the list, Mrs. Comfort Ata Ajiwa, with her contact number.
How many people?
In total,
okay.
In total, we provided 24 people in our email. Then let me continue reading. So please, sir, kindly let us know the exact date that our compatriots coming from Girona join you at Mataró for their passport service. I would like to humbly ask for your assistance to help our compatriots from Girona community process their passport without any hindrances. Thank you for your usual cooperation. Yours sincerely, signed, Godfrey Tobo, Interim President, Ghanaian Welfare and Culture Association. After receiving this, after sending this email to Mr. Odami on the 21st August 2021, time 7 a.m. in the morning, Mr. Odami quickly replied the email. The same day, 31st August 2021, 11 a.m. in the morning. Dear Mr. Tobo, good morning, and I thank you for your email. In the first place, I am not coordinating any compilation of lists of Ghanaians wanting to take the opportunity for this exercise we are going to do in the coming days. I have asked the leadership of the Mataró community to prepare the grounds for me to come to do my work. What I have said to the leaders in the community is to avoid the mess we encountered at Zaragoza. So please, channel the list to the right place and not to my office. I have high expectation and high regards to the leaders, and I don't want to talk plenty in this email, but then at the appropriate time, I will let my intention known. So please channel the list to the appropriate place, not to my office. Thank you, Consul. So with this reply from Mr. Odami, the consul currently at the Ghana Embassy, is directing me to give the name to the host, that is Imatoro, that is the Ghana Union Chairman Imatoro, which I subsequently did immediately after receiving this email from the consul.
Okay.
I informed my executives about it. They said, Godfrey, go ahead. Let's send our list to the Matoro Ghana Union Chairman as been directed by the consul of the Ghana Embassy. Our conversation on the WhatsApp. Good morning, Brother Daniel. He's called Daniel. Please, I sent you the list of fellow compatriots willing to do passport. Then Daniel answered, good morning. Please, you can come on Friday to join. You can come on Friday to join.
Okay.
Girona, thanks.
Okay.
So then I proceed. What time, please? He said, please, it's Saturday. Then he said, the time is 9 a.m. I said, noted, please. I proceed. Thanks, Brother Daniel. Then on the 2nd of September 2021, in the evening, then I said, good evening, Brother Daniel. Please kindly give me the direction to the center of where the exercise was to be conducted. Then he sent me the direction through Google Map. Then on Saturday, we prepare our badge with our bus. Went there, reaching there, joined the queue as the normal routine, for which we are aware that our names have been submitted ahead of time, was going to be called. We reached there actually around 7:30 in the morning. The exercise started 9 o'clock immediately the same day in the morning. Our names wasn't being mentioned. Standing. So in the afternoon, almost like around 1 to 2, thereabouts in the afternoon. On board of our batch, we had children, mothers, elderly men among us.
Did you call Mr.
The situation
Daniel?
Was very bad.
Did you call Mr. Daniel to let him know that you had arrived and you weren't being attended to?
I went inside with some of my executives that accompanied us that day. Even some of the executives which are running with me here were there to also do their passport personally. They also got in their passport expired, so they got to do it. So our effort talking to Daniel was what? Unsuccessful. Daniel became like a dumb man. Any question to him, no answer. What is our list that I sent to you? He turned like as been described in Ghanaian Palanque as what? Mumu. Daniel turned to Mumu. Then over there, to our surprise, the name that we submitted to the host being controlled by Daniel, the Ghana Union Association, that is the defunct association leader that also happened to be there that day, he rather came from the exercise room with the list that we submitted to the Matoro Center. And then he was proud enough saying it loud in the crowd that this list from Girona is not going to be accepted because they did not pass it through me. We said, what? What was that? The protocol being directed as we have evidence of proof from the consul. Our effort to even talk to Mr. Odami was unsuccessful. I personally used my mobile line calling Mr. Odami that very day at Matador. I would not like to conclude that he intentionally refused speaking my call, but all effort reaching him was unsuccessful. The very number that he calls me on before this exercise that we are talking about, that number has not been answered that day. Even after the exercise, no calling back, no, information from Mr. Odami till I speak or till we speak to you now.
So when the president of the association came to announce, what's his name, please? You didn't give me his name. The name of
his name. His name is Samuel Kojo Asuman. That is popularly known as Sami. That is the leader of the defunct Ghana Union in Girona.
Okay, so when Mr. Isuman was making the announcement about not recognizing the list that you had submitted to Daniel, what did Daniel do about it? What's Daniel's full name, by the way?
As I said it earlier on, Daniel
was still mute.
He came news. He wasn't talking. Even said, I tried. We have a video for which at one of the entrances at the same premises that I happened to corner him with some of my executives over there. I said, "Oh, Daniel, can't you recognize me again?" Okay, I still have a copy of our list. Take it. He refused to take it.
What's Daniel's full name?
Daniel. I don't have his full name, but then we can find out. But then he is the leader of the Ghana Union in Mantoro. That is the center okay. His full name is Daniel Asari.
Okay.
The Ghana Union chairman in Mantoro. That in our email, Mr. Odabi, the consul, directed us to send our list to him.
I see. So 24 of you were refused the passport application process because your list wasn't recognized. When this happened, how long ago was this? This was on 4th September, right? This was on 4th September. This happened on 4th September, on that Saturday.
Yeah,
on the 4th September.
Yeah, correct. That's on the 4th September, on that day.
Okay, so after it happened, when you tried to reach Mr. Seth Odame and you couldn't reach him, did you try to reach the Foreign Affairs Ministry here in Ghana?
Let me come into that.
At the moment, no. But then I'll give the floor to Mr. Acedo to make a little point about that place.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Godfrey. Please, I will take it from here a little bit. Then I will let our chair lady also have a word, and there are a couple of brothers here they would like to speak.
We'll be wrapping up very soon, so please summarize what we'll be wrapping up very soon.
Excuse me?
We'll be wrapping up very soon, so we should be quick about the submissions, please.
Actually, reaching out to the Foreign Affairs, they couldn't do it at the spot because at the spot they were nervous, hysteric, trying to find a way, and there are some few things that he omitted, which other people will speak to, because they finally a Pentecostal pastor from Big, one of the cities in Catalonia, and then the Ghana Association Union leader in the Igualada, also in the Catalonia, both of them came to ask them what is the problem, and then they took the list from their hands again, and they went inside to try to find out why have they been rejected. Pentecost Matore. Okay, the pastor is a Pentecostal church pastor in Matore. Okay. Then they came back and told them point blank that Mr. Odami, the consul, refuses to attend to us.
That he will not do it.
That he will not do it for us. As plain as it was.
Because we did not pass through.
Sister Comfort, we are wrapping up. You want to?
So we'll present to you some of our executives here or some of our members here that also part of the exercise wanted to do their passport that day.
Yeah, Madam,
So
let me speak to Madam Opon. Comfort upon, I want you to come in at this point. Now, Mr. Tobo says that Mr. Odami told you, the group, that you didn't take the list through the person you describe as a defunct president, Mr. Suman, and that's why your list wasn't recognized. But previously, he has stated that in conversation with him, he asked that the list be given to Mr. Daniel, and it would be taken on from that point. I'm missing the gap here. Can you please give me a little more explanation into that?
Okay, thank you once again. And I'll mix it with Chi. Sorry. It's true that we gave the list to Mr. Daniel Imatolo. He even threw the paper away. We have the video, everything is there. When we went, me and my brother, we went inside to give the list to Mr. The consul.
The second list.
The second list. We wanted to give it to them. So what they told me was, there was a man called Brother Joe. He came to us. We told him that we want to see the consul. He said right now, it's not possible for us to see the consul. He is busy now. So we stood on our foot for more than 3 hours without seeing the consul to give our forms to him.
I'm struggling to understand here, because initially Mr. Tobo has stated that the list was asked to be given to Daniel. Sorry, Mr. Siedu stated that the list was asked to be given to Daniel for the passport application process. And you went there to submit it to the consular. I don't understand.
Yeah, it's whereby when we got there.
Mm-hmm.
It's when we got there early in the morning.
Let me come in a little bit. You know, before the exercise, we were asked to send the list. So Mr. Tobo sent the list by WhatsApp to Mr. Daniel.
Why not to Mr. Suman? You stated that because of the issues, Mr. Odame asked you to send it to Daniel.
Yes.
But you are saying,
because
but you are saying now that when you got there, Daniel couldn't attend to it.
Don't get us wrong. You are getting us wrong.
Okay.
Initially, all the list, even from Samuel Kwejo Suman from Gelona and from all the provinces, all the towns in Catalonia, should be sent to Daniel in Catalonia as the organizer. Okay, that is what we did. But then, when we were going, we still have a copy of the list in our hands, with the forms that they have filled on the website, each one of them. Okay, so when we got there and they said they don't have our list, then they were trying to use the second list in their hands to let them know that, yeah, this is the list we sent to you.
Okay.
So this is the second list.
Okay.
So this is what happened. But it was in that time that Samuel Suman went in and brought the list out. That this list has been rejected because it was not passed through him. If we send you the videos that took place, it was almost getting into altercation. Okay, so the embassy has someone at the gate with the organizers who was manning the gate, and he said it point blank to them that the consul said he will not attend to these names. He did not recognize these names.
Okay, so Mr. Siedu, at this point, is the exercise over? Does that mean that you don't stand a chance of getting your passports done?
No, if we go to Madrid, that is a different story.
Okay.
If we go to Madrid, if you process the application online, and then you go to Madrid, of course they can't deny you at the embassy premises because that would be a huge story. Okay. But then in Matole here, they took the opportunity to deny us. Okay, so it was really shameful. And when Madam Comfort was saying, they were inside. We have videos. We have whatever we are saying to you. We have videos. We have the WhatsApp chat live. We have videos. We have everything to this. Okay. So, and what is more funny? After they rejected our list, Samuel Kwetu Esumai, the leader of the defunct Ghana Union here, who resigned 2 days before the exercise, came out with the list and called 3 people out of our list and used pen to write their name on the different paper and send them in, and their passport was done for them. So what about the rest of our list? What happened?
Okay.
What about the rest of our people? Okay, please, there is our vice president here. Since you are wrapping up, there is our vice president here and also another member here. So they would like to also speak. But would it be okay if we speak in our language, in our current language? Let me speak.
That's fine.
Okay, yeah, go on, please.
Prince.
Prince. Number Bacho, the AC,
Prince Bacho, who name your day?
Prince Quabrabo.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
anything. And no manner, Penny Poracanino, and a Ukraine war, and Fonsoy, a room. And I Ukraine war, Sabe, a boy, Tim, and a Thomas, as a canister. And this are the woman now, no Marcano. Then is the documents made the choir and works Chama, San Giacomo, there is no need to way here a debut. There is a Biao, and the woman said, Conscriptness at the Amas will be amfa, Lydia day, and Comasa, Yemia Asareno. And to be a dear, a woman, first of all, but me organize a program. Send a young coffee how near the Emma, and it will be a dear, a one. So, everyone are quite simple because I say on person money there every year. It's a web I say, almost say 7 hours and family when you depend debate. I do the Jamo Mocas God say, consult Nagata dress, the family person. And of course, say proof will be there, Ewa, through email communicating in the Ewa. And to know identity, and I must say, I'm from okay, a copy to me. One just one person made them on budget. Until I need the draft.
Prince. Inti sesi ano den na mo pese consulate no mamo
sesi ano de ye pese o ye ma ye ne se so wo ba Catalunya ba ye adia pastor tama obi a ni kwan so de fa group bia so ni kwan so de association bia mu se won amba se as a Ghana ni ba bia a wo ba ye ne pastor no wo mo kwan wo ne right se wotumi ye de pastor ni de ma no abra ni kwan se o ji se o Ghana association bia nsa because embassy na concept need have for a union or have for Ghana citizens I will have Ghana for your hand and when you have for any association bia and in the one is what no mass was I no na wo say as what can free home sa na mass is here so wo ye my
ana afezi so very better secretary me pacho ye bra we so fa ne dia kakran pa so na fe ye wia na mama 2 minutes na dia ka exactly what we need Mr. Maudima.
But if I'm a Prince Body now, Madame Fabre, some ways that when I have to say, and the American and say, buying for me, now you could do in fact, time I could do on crime because you could not buy blue fear 3 o'clock, 3:30. We surround a path to 1 hour 30 minutes. From here to Motola, no take you 1 hour 30 minutes or 2 hours. Because of weekends in Indina, Colano Gakra. Until traffic, none of the Sana become. I don't hear good no, me uncle some, me rain, me 6, and a coin. You just say, me rain, 6. Apart from that, no crowd room, a pin for crowd. Now, you know, one can say list number 4, Jurona 50, big 50, because I would say a Jurona a big for a year no more Saturday. You could do on your door super. But you don't have for less no fancy premium. It is in there now more can almost first one. First one on big for 50. About move right inside. The gate now. And I'm just some Jurona. Jurona no nipa 27, 24, 27. After that, you know, then you know, computers no print here. After that, I'm with the pen. I trust some names. I'm on 34. 34 no omu ina big. Minu you get na me huni na. Enti no, eno na chino mura mu ye no say no. Omba bi no say you don't have from kofa. Na big for so ye dem kofa. Because you don't have for ye kwa ni na kora. Yeah, no sister. Apart from come, you know I can't believe now. Less than a penny sister. Dear catching be 15 and now say 20 kora. 24.
Okay, Mr. Brady. Mr. Brady, we are wrapping up here. We just want. Mr. Brady, yeah, wrapping up. In team percent, Mr. Sieduma, final words on Adia more percent. Consulate ni yes already. Prince Akase, you don't want any intermediary. Mon percent association be able front in these matters. Into your final words now. We can close this chapter, please.
Kakra we person make go ye mind say you know Ghana for because of say me kura be bisa mo listening be bisa mo question say ye Ghana for nti o mo nyama ye nti ye nkwa an say because in crack ye ho na am payinfo no say ma me nkasa am say am ba yi for no ba nipa tu kan ho say ma me nkasa so ye nkura wo mti say ye nkwa ye simple say be ko but say ye be say kan say me Ghana ni nuclear passport me man na me really na passport and this obi ba so ye Ghana ni a woni unfan say odi say won don ko we nti won ko we nti ko he o ko bebre pa from Ghana union o ko bebre is a ko for kra no e na de list aba say ye ni Ghana for na ye kan ho bo di Ghana union for won say ye ni ko ba kra kan ho bo ma e say mo tie list na so mo fa na mo ye maye ni ko say odi na de say ye nka mo fa list na man tem na mo fa list na ko bo di pa si masinti no mun jonko wenti mun timi nyele nya passport man eh fine mamba me no me read message because me free commander na man say for more than 700 euros me say ma top petrol gu kam dia ko botola ma be so man na me travel no e na medical ko nya za me no me read man na yawu because of say kwa e kon faso bia nya den amaso ndi message say we ye panini na read that doma no na de o ma ni you and you because of say panini de utna ho a e say ni ma bi ho no ma ni na ni ba be kana wutie because of so tie Samen brother Sameno ene ne chairman na wo ha no secretary no omo na say me ka kira omo so omo na mananje because it's Sameno direct because me nso bia di nyankopon me ba kura omo kura me nso no je na kura na me ka kira bia ti esre say nipa bi oba so ye Ghana ni die wonye ne passport man no se kuo kura na bia kan obo so omo ye 5 omo ye 6 na omo ba ezo o heli da die ni mu no wo ye Ghana ni ampa nipa no wo ye Ghana for omo passport ni omo bibia ni na why am more simple because e basa what the basa and ntetimu na yere eba because do ya present na wa ana I say amana nyere part of na dey bufu e depend obi an na koma say sitie chini esi ko ba ho no se nya abota na nya ya nda nka bia bi twitwade a e ono ne dey some mistake na yere aba
thank you so much yeda say oni edin komo that's all time we allow us
Prince but this time rapport apa amaye ya I don't know if President Kakabeka one. Ya throw petition.
Okay.
Yeah, they call foreign affairs. Yeah, like a leadership, Mrs. Shele Ayokoboke.
Okay.
Minister for Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration. Because case this year, now they were nervous. So when I assessed everything and wrote the article, we are now taking this process. But what we need said they should investigate this case and tell us why the consulate chose to deny Ghanaian citizens their basic right for passport processing because an association said they don't belong to them.
That's what it's called.
We need an investigation
in the petition.
We need explanation and then we need an apology.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
And henceforth, this thing should not happen again. Because women and children came back, they were crying. And let me tell you what, because of that, our community now has boosted up. On the 2nd of October, we are making an election, which is being conducted for us by our civic center here in Jarona, because they know whatever is happening. So please, we need an investigation. We need explanation. We need a change of mind and the way of doing things, and we need an apology.
Okay, right. Thank you so much for speaking with us, Mr. Emmanuel Siedu, Godfred, Tobo, Comfort, Opong, Mr. Boedi, and Prince. But that's all time would allow us. We've been watching Say Loud. Now, these are Ghanaians from Genoa in Spain who were refused their passport application after several weeks of engagements. My name is Lord Harris Dwasari. Do join us for our subsequent episodes.
gives me great privilege to congratulate GhanaWeb on your 22nd anniversary. You have been a trailblazer in providing accurate and timely news, and we salute you on all your achievements and accomplishments. We wish you another 22 years of top-notch professional journalism. So congratulations once again, and keep up the good job.
It's another interesting weekend. We bring a wrap of all the big stories in the entertainment industry here on Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. This week, there have been confrontations between Kumawood actors Lowin and Big Akways. Ghanaians all over the world are also mourning the death of legendary highlife musician Nana Kwame Ampadu. Join myself and my guest as we discuss this into details. My name is Benis Owusua Oparijan, and I'm sitting in for Benefo Boaben Abrantepa. We'll be right back. Welcome back. This week's edition of Bloggers Forum is special because my guest for discussion for today is an all-women panel. And see, I'll disclose my guest. We'll be right back.
Now I dear Nana Gradane AC iPhone 13 Pro Max Eddie Assemble Pagana. Fofian so and to attend to 4 in Nana Kwame and produce Waka baby. Now watching my Bruno come across the entertainment industry and I'm a born a middle abesum. Come on, they be brave or hankers and for my train who's a seer, Nayanfa Embesumbo. Na say yesha se dia ema man fa you wu asemi endika ye na Kwame Ampedu na watwe na beto odwa se fofi anto ata Nyankopon ato safre no na asemi dia bai na se ebusiafo mbese wodi to dwa se ya mpa se we fi ma na se wuzo pehido wu ana se wodi nsem ko hye fridge mkaka na se ndie onipa ni wu ya na da social media na ankofo keka ne ade but watwe ma ebusiafo twe ma anka obetumi e save in life wo se no wo fie na wo se condition here critical kakra na wo free ambulance obi ho akanti anka won ba na won be fa na won fa ne kwa yare sabia se beye na ambulance ni be onwia e be du fie ho no wo se che nti no waka to se na Ampedu na ne ho fa nti won be fa ne kwa hospital se busu afo twe ma se wodi ne be kwa hospital se doctor beba so doctor wo se wo chim kodu hospital na doctor ne kwa wada se ya mpa busu afo ne nese but Tuesday September 28 na Ampedu efim wo around 5 am honum na Nyankopon to safre no busu afo se mi be kan yo man pehin kwa se ne condolence o chema na Ampedu MPP time 2016 na o win election na Ekufa do chema no na ebo ano na Ampedu wi dem ko ebri akasa nwum tofo won nyina wa pay trip de se asema ye ka che busu afo ne se ye mamo ya akọ na Ampedu de wonu se ne nwum de over 800 songs no wa be pay bi etim na watwi de won se obi a bo na Ampedu nwum na ye kai no na Ampedu Nyankopon emfa wonsie na say there are who na kogu na watwi de nsim bebre akoso wo entertainment industry there violence ne ye shade de bebre na ne edisu na ye comedian warriors an Ghana for comedian bi na wa chim say there odi ne to fam na waka Ghana ha comedian na ne ho ye sere ote so anka won fama no an ono ankasa na wa bo ne ho modern ano ankasa na e praise we ono na e bo ne trumpet o che ma adwuma no de wa ye so projects are so no go ye other a comedian for collaborate wa ye YouTube Instagram na say o any videos na e twegu say de e ka comedian no tese wo Ghana ha say ya comedian warisi mo fama no kom ha de e ba nkom sha wo hye se obi be wudi and e address o nwa mi say what be bre wo wasum na ne aba be to dwane say osofo bia wo se wo fe no Jesus ahofe an o kire ma tata wale October abusum ya ba be sini October 18 2021 am Roberts be bonu tioma wo ekum onu no osi say yam de ye ni mo chema ade aba na nusu na ode atudwa okwa Nana Romeo show is no de nsem ikotudwa na nsem yi aba de na no na esi chata wale say o man pai bomu ye den na Ghana fo so sensu gina ye na so na ye bompai say na be ade ensi na wa chada fa to just say Shatawale but ochema onipa no ka ne ho asem no ye nwumtuni eye dance o nwumtuni oye kesepan no chema ye ni din ni first name ye Charles na wonim da ya adwen say Charles ye kom ha say ye Charles ni ama mensa ye Shatawale asem no okay na asemi betu dwa na ye Shatawale onu ankasa ko Twitter no o reposti eye prophecy na eye Jesus an ho fe chema eye October 18 2021 obebebu ni tu ama na wenwu o reposti asem no chirema asemi dia ye sadika no hwe obekum eh Shatawale na asema ba no so fu say kwobọ empire na ede na wo bo sadik ni mo chema sadik dey say nu so ne na want to call ye CEO of the Music Awards I only no want to call ni ade Shatawale chema eye sadik one no abọ no ho pose opeso okum tamanfo woni Shatawale anu abọ empire man nti SM fans we ye time say mo bo empire nye say mo be call online ma controlling kofu de ni brasem e na ye ka na Shatawale kriya na we san so post a video bi hwa o se car so na wa hye ska bando yo 5 cedis are 5 cedis no they say abobe ma say 10 cedis na say wa hye na odiegu ne car so chema we dey fans fuska wa woni betua Shatawale na say we hu an say we pie o baby na wa atu ska na ngwafo se sa ne ade o chema say the fans na na making ndi se nyakopo wa abo na kaka bedi ne side obeyi bia abo SM fan for na say me o posting na ye Baba Sadik na dey violence go out we to ma we no we so atu ma we and Baba Sadik nso esan so share ska post ya Shatawale make no so chata boss we dey anka ma me 100,000k eye Ghana cedis na me fa twa me half o be ka Shatawale na be ka say o ma Sadik eye 10,000 Ghana cedis on fa nye eye 3 Music Awards Baba Sadik achema na enyampa saska no wan fa ma ne nsampo ankada nti say nim say eye Sadik ni so feel odi atu Shatawale be yi kakra ma no dey akwohwe ne half and as Obeka says one of those things na eye nuntuni eye Kamido no odi nsem bia betu do chema Shatawale opa o chopa onu ana anum tomoche ma odi nsem betu dwa na wandwen hu ketekete man polimpo no start so kasa Shatawale we ye senior onum say nsem bo ate be na wakwa bibi na wanu akwa you kan ti ochema fane bonichen na asem ne nchiremu ane say eye Kamido no ko we Kojo Sheldon show biso e na ochirema Shatawale onye ne fan all right oni ni ndokwa be but to be okasa say okasa by heart asem okay ne dressing basa bi aye pam investors me investors kwa po say Ghana fo ntum ye jokers na asem ye ba na SM fans slow de onim de daw this one be Shatawale fo asem o mo de be ma no mo chema Kamido so wo person ye popular na so person Shatawale kan ho asem na wo trend all the kan na ye ma wo trend na wo usabom na wo benyo bi ho kan ho asem Shatawale ho asem na wo ka bata asem ni na mo ma fan kogu na mo ma ye ndwe ye wo Kamido chema wan kan ye ntise onu akasa show screenshots bi a wa fresh Shatawale a wa pa ne chon so Shatawale de say wa tena se onu ase Shatawale san so tu ne ponti sa asem na o kan ni say Shatawale dress anyhow e ma we investors wo so we jokers no so onu a wa san so atwe asan yet one common sense ni de bebre na watch ni abeto dwane say a former girlfriend of Shatawale Shatamichi they say those one friend Shatamichi bi mo friend Michi na akeke no dey say bi abeto dwa some lady bi a watchire man hwehwemu chire mo ye na ye sesi a currently or ye Shatawale ni girlfriend friend Magdalene Love mo be kai so be make some allegations okay can send fa Michi ho ochema no ne na apia mensa CEO of Men's Gold no ne twempena na nsem ye be hwe say Michi be kasa makasa fe wa kasa ochema o say Magdalene o chise o kasa na eyina na apia mensa so be to trade fair man also no o ne mpo twempena da na yi na apia mensa wa to trade fair man ye de kwa no no aba be to eye trade fair man search so say sasem na Magdalene kan ni nyina enyampa no aso sanso twema nkofo keka say no ye eyi na apia mensa search o say wenja Shatawale we ho Shatawale wenja Shatawale ambetine fie so be yo beside check sasem ne de munjai ka no njai ti na hina na eko ye gospel musician minister Oje Wakasa ochema the year 2014 ye VGM for ye ade bi mane hye ne man eka na akomawura ni dodom besine ochema asem na ye ne yaba say de we ye fi na akomam nkomo ne san ya ochema in the year 2014 ye songwriter of the year ni nyoma ye say wo pen wo nominate no na sa afini de na nyom no say de we twegu say abawom nyom na wa ahye na wa atro ni say na dai na nkofo nyina atepisanka sa eye nyom na ka be win ye songwriter of the year in the year 2014 wa called the tournament wo tete ne ho fine all hopes are high after the obebo winner na was a Bisakede Baba. Hey, give it to Baba na win adi. No tema ye efia songstress efia kwa su je say no to bebre ye won yawo. Na nka nkote nkogu o chema se ye VGM awards no se they own file nomination biem. Eye George Quay ayo sensem bi odi to dwa che say ye gospel musicians mu na mutua bribe ayo kire a mu na mutise mutua bribe akese sanka won dan ya meni na mu win award. Na minister Oje chema ono or a principled man. His reputation found better to baby. Into one participating in VGM, not because I award no crocotia and assessee or chairman and Benny now can also say, Papena award, you know, a question or gospel musicians who cheer and say, Fatante, nothing or not dick. A VGM, watching who is in chain. And I know what video be a and say, Ben Shay who say Ghana man needed that way, John Dramani Mahama. I say, Pejana, DBS or Bole Biniade. Now, any buy a footballer, Sharif Mahama, and I only knew what as a dime be myself, what you exercise now. Now, I'm focus now, Mahama 62 years and Anka exercise found by exercise the year. Send a win ye age, it doesn't matter. Or so Modiana, Pejana, and now we're fine. Now, Mama can also now Mama also Sharif, they also none that in a door, no Pejana. I do those as a way in Akaba could be keke. But so I born home, the man for Chima, a man paying any pabaya and a wire. Now what is all we need to come across with entertainment industry, but yet to say violence baby. Kofubia what won't baby as a who best the beef chichero, who hono be a kawasan. A year actor, Kumawood actor, Kojon Council win now. A year bigger question in Biatuja. Or Chema, so who shall or brassy, I will act him. Now won't him soon count. Now a yellow wind production or frozen, but never trusting him. Now what's a sound your man, I would disicate, and I will could chat. Where we are yarning. What in ye beam that? Because he said, I say, one cast of the Fibias, or Chema yellow wind, or Pip Yarden and Wabuni Biani. Number for Chema A. Bigger because someone came winning us so anything. Also, Namon kind of Naya Buan, and Naya Buans and Annie Ya would say, Ni short way or release, or Chema, the wind furnace on the Nukoyajuma. On the year you marry and then we are known as on dancing and Naya Bosom, bigger quiz maker. Or Chema knew a year actors football honma. The way to be able to 5 billion or more in Bada, a billion a year club better. On one casa bigger quiz, or say Bella some money now, also or Freya Wamba. Now, some day could be brain, okay, can't fire a year, and you could don't cancel the watch my yellow won't brady, won't break Jacko, who bet there's a somebody be brain. Now, you better say yellow win Becca and the wins, so I drop it a year Bible verse or Chairman Yakupon near check, or no natural didn't Yakupon near the action. It's a mobile kind of why seems why you say, or no, they are orange fact. Now, Ghanaian international reggae artist, a year Rocky Dawuni, I Grammy nominated a artist as I'm making. Senior man Akasa, or Chema Ghana has a whole bar, would do any check on him to full ball homodin. Then no na one, no pay ones the water shena watcher. But as will be I any day when will be arts and co be Ancona Manconam. But I come boom, Namu Nipa Bapuan, Ghana music industry and Quebec coin. Or Chema Air Nigeria, when you investors, or I say investors, I didn't what this guy is share and I'm a more Kakasa way successful to me as one music to the rest of the country. It is said yourself about time moon and boom, Namu Nipa Baku. Now, Ghana music industry in same year na D Black or so then na kwa to na CEO of Black Avenue Music. Ochema say Nigeria for you to for one day young ones a day nyom na ye dey say once today na Ghana for eji atare woni ase dey bia na wo bo Nigeria for you. But Ochema say dey anya hwe Ghana for to ye boy humode be ko so aboy humode ye nka say competition nti ye ya beto ato nyum to mo ko so na mo bom humode na mo butu nyum pa na nsem dey ko for akasa bebre. Ochema Ghana for say dey mo bom nyum Apple music list here na wo twetwem ye dey betu Mutie Ghana for Mumuntie Yenuma, Nigeria true man, Mutis was a moonjai sadden, near San Fatam. Then I will treat a bigger question in Muslim Bibri. Now, a year Zion Felix show you so a year or Connie shows Zion Nurses a interview a year actor a bigger quiz. Now, the Koreans and I've had a bigger quiz, interview. Now, what cancer man a year Zion brings a bigger quiz. Bigger quiz now, you're Christian, and I know Chemo also. Already, I never be all told to me in Castle, finding sensible castle, you're Christian, and a with Jatum. No, besides Zion Felix, Zion also a Christian, and Zion say, oh, now they're mere Christian, Miss Sumna, say, hey, Zion, in Kebida. If I want on Castle, you're Christian, wow, we're drama, do cross, and you know what's all when you mere being boss and added. If you don't be done, I was so you're Christian, and Zion say, oh, now they're Christian, and I just won't mean the bonnet, but me the bonnet, say, baby. Bigger question, I say, Christopher Mudina, Miss Sumnaka, Takata Bonesso, and now move for bigger or be worried among any Germany, then maybe Germama Mugusuye. It is a Zion Felix. So one casting, Kebida, cries away a Christian, and something better than a couple of beer at Zion. Once one of Akuka, we are quite beside so a Christian. Kasaka says, on besides our questions, I'm out what sir. Some kind of what you're trying come on the brain will say, yeah, Jackson, yeah, Chema say, yeah, Jackson, so brand no bono ye no when they say, I dream what I say, oh, Jai Sabrana, you know. Now, why you say, I small there saying better, and check crowd if you say, yeah, Jackson, in a stage, a day, extra penny. Sister, you told your shots a card, then I can't see you neighbor, and was a Jackson. So the old Jedi, they can't, not gonna force one farm out. aprema mfo wo kroma se mama yensa so na yen shade bi wate eye na na agrada you conform bia se de we se wasesa ne din the evangelist Patricia Joe Cranting aka Mama Pat na what we abeka say Apple phone wo launch eye one new range of iPhone 13 mami se ni kunu atobia ma akoko je ne de an ono ankasa di video bi betu ni page wo sha se ne ni eje se wo ye premier na wa je wo de o se wa launch ade kwa kan launch na ye launch no wa launch ni new iPhone 13 na o se ni kunu de man na se me na nkofo ka se na we de wonya wo kunu atobia ma na ka e de na nya ade bia phone de na nkanya bibia ye wo ye ho se celebrities bi so a release se wa kire se o iPhone 13 Pro Max bi who and say your broadcaster na aba na mo no go do posti na na for chema we bia na aba na person odi ejo kakra ye who and say your comfort bia na grad on only di iPhone 13 squad no we posting e woni Instagram page o share na aba na ma say do ye premier ni akasa wa ko je ni de ye wo ha ni hu say actress and East Legon landlady boss back up Tracy Boachin so release ono de ne am the boss say nyom na background or unbox it or we kire mu say ya iPhone original na so me dey say koko kaka so say asa akwa ye nim gwa saka kra ma young girls pressure na ka iPhone de anka nya de bia mama fuchema uni ska na what na baby e prema phone koma na yedi so ye premier no je hu to say what so a no anya wo iPhone 13 Pro Max say boy say ya ni Pro Max ya sem so na ye kope baby ntina na ye obi ode na anu atum fufuro kwaye eye actress actress Efia Odo no na ochire mu a o so ono kwa o ye influencer so make one post single post e wo Instagram a eye company in the brand so o je $5,000 in semi do no say yen to me verify na Efia Odo na make post bi wo Twitter chema eye nim kwasema no celebrities a mo afade ne personal mo posti na mo posi with iPhone aden o se ni nya ketekete 10 years kwa o kita iPhone na tete wa bobrana nti eye enye accomplishment nti mo jai kasa no mo jai ti na radio din sembe tu na wo focus Efia stop cutting corners found sesi wo bona kase wo de na aba na moa wo di Tracy Boache wo de eyi na agrada no na waka na o chema onu do mbo obi edin ye basa de na mo ye de ense na enfata na nsem ni okudo betu dwa na eye sister Efia wo be ka se oni Efia Odo wo bibi na yi na we blogger kokonsa post yi Efia Odo asem mi awake na sister Efia be twa so ai asem yi tro kakra be ye na Efia Odo nsusu ade no chema wo hypocrites ensem ni bebebe wa bo this shame no say dem tokwa no wa start new one ti na wo twede won ensem na edoso ankase munsu ye de na ni na me hyehyɛ na mabodi me de abesom ti da se na ye besan so ahia eye benis for Parijan unu abedwa munsom na monto asoman.
Thank you, Ama Boni, for this week's Nkomo. On my left, in the middle, I have Sili Ekianipa.
Finally.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
And how are you?
A comedy member, I'm inside.
Don't worry, producer will sort out after the show. Our special package,
Nice.
And then I have Vida Educhumwa, a columnist. Welcome back. How was your birthday?
It was fun.
And then this discussion is special because many Vida September bombs.
Yeah. I'm sure you won't me crazy.
Yes.
In my office. It wasn't bad. It was nice. And then
Yamias say you had a very great birthday, and I also had a great
My favorite gift was unbelievable. It was ice cream in Chidia, so that was my favorite gift.
Nice one. Okay, so I'll start with Ikea.
Oh, I thought you would start with the birthday woman. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. I think I'll touch on Shatawale linking his death prophecy to Baba Sadiq. Charlie, these things, we shouldn't play with them. We were here when Fennec, the late Fennec, my very good friend, had issues somewhat with Bulldog, and before we realized, after his death, Bulldog had to be arrested because because of the altercations they used to have on radio actually translated into him being murdered. So I'll say to Sadiq that these things, don't take it lightly. I mean, if there's anything you need to do, if you know, say your hands are clean, we should be at death on the 18th of October. I mean, there should be something that you should do to clear your name of this, because a sign will. Anything can happen on the 18th of October, and to prevent being called to report to the police station, being taken to court, being do this. I mean, the process in which you go through to prove your innocence, it takes time, and you have business running. And also shatter to, I mean, this is a prophecy about me. I believe in prophecies. So whether true or not, you just need to pray, because Charlie, you never know who is at the edge of, you know, shooting a gun at you. And these days, you already know, say, guns and gunshots are flying everywhere. And say, Biana, you may not be the intended target, but you may find yourself at the wrong place at the wrong time, and it might affect you. So both sides need to take, you know, precautions. But Shatta, I think maybe it's on the lighter side, linking this death thing to, I mean, and maybe why in India go, Charlie, you can't really joke with these things.
And this,
so.
This is not the first time, I think, so death prophecy like that.
On him?
Yes, somewhere last year.
I mean, see, yeah, because Dominis and your son Takrache. So definitely, if you are in the public eye now, there are lots of things that will be targeted at you. I mean, OTT, Ben is being shows this year. Only an issue. But by virtue of you may be of why share na won't me anything for no reason. I mean, there are lots of celebrities out there on can be but they be a why anything. If you are color ya or shake, I don't know, the boyfriend share or the jan to who color be a shakala baby. I mean, it happens. But I don't know, so no, it makes it more dangerous because it's controversial, and he's built his brand on that, and it has worked. You know, both sides, you know, they need to take precautions, and let's avoid any death. Yeah, but yeah, the Nyamis has been revealed. Prayers must go on, but then no born who buy spiritually, not physically, no the common sense. So I'm expecting on the 18th he might even Obe call live from 6 a.m. to the next morning, just to make sure say Obi and Boni too or anything. I mean, it will be interesting to watch also, you know. They should take care.
Okay, Ikia.
Yeah, good afternoon to everybody.
Good afternoon.
Okay, so I think I will touch on the Kamido thing. The Kamido saying that Shatawale does not, I mean, the way he portrays himself doesn't appeal to investors and all that.
He has apologized.
Yeah, and he has apologized. So I'm combining the two with the apology and then what he said. I think I understand why he had to apologize. And I also understand where he was coming from, saying that he doesn't portray something nice for investors. I mean, when you take the brand Shatawale itself, I don't think there's ever been a time where there was a phase where he went all suit and all of those things. But any investor that has come on board Shatawale has always understood his idiosyncrasies that comes with the brand Shatawale. And I am hallucinating, because I'm sure anybody in Ghana knows that Shatawale is very, very controversial. He says his as it says. He doesn't. He's not the one you see in suit and tie. He, unlike other artists who see branding as you have to be very clean, you have to do this. He sees himself as the war leader who has to look like that, and still he has had big brands want to work with him. So I don't know how, or I don't know if lately the things he has been saying is what probably maybe Kamido has sat in certain conversations and he has seen that certain things he has said has been what has blocked chances. But anybody, Exim Bank, you would think they'll go for artist A, artist B, right? But they all went to Shatawale. You should know that certain brands or certain people or whatever we do in this industry, it all comes back to numbers. Certain brands are willing to overlook the fact that, oh, this number is not clean, this number is clean, so I will work with a clean one. But when you look at it critically, it's all about numbers. So all about numbers. When I tell you what Shatawale keeps doing, I mean, if for anything, they will say because of the way he portrays himself and his, that's why he's not getting investors or getting cool deals coming to him. But he's getting cool deals coming to him. That does not also take away the fact that certain things Shatawale has said over the time makes the industry look unserious. That is also there. That I won't say he said it wrongly. Now then it comes back to my apology. He didn't apologize because what he said was wrong. He apologized because he felt, oh, I was senior man. Can you say, you know, there are certain things it will be a especially if you are a young artist and this person has a cult of following behind. I mean, you must be very audacious to want to say that, or you must have that kind of love from another heavy fan base to want to say that openly without thinking twice. And at this point, I don't think Camilo wants to be at the opposite side of Shatawale fans, because me on Twitter, it's a random lash, because they see me as I'm on the Sarkodie side. In their own delusional mind, I don't think it's a nice place anybody wants to be as an artist. But was he wrong to say that certain things he has said? I mean, see, there are certain investors that they won't put money in you, or I know there are businesses when you go for, I mean, an artist or a business, a small business, you go to an investor that, oh, I want you to invest in my business. Sometimes they want to see how long you can survive on your own without the investment. How sure are they that almost you can move in journey? Do you get it? But if Sarkodie Shatawale is saying that, oh, me, I not go take my money, invest in my own business, this. What is to say that me na me a businessman or me peja me sika pudo mawa? What the way papa? Do you get it? So the things he has said, it's not about his physical appearance. That is why I don't agree with Camilo, because that one there, whether or not he said dance all artists, I haven't seen any dance all artists or prim and proper sharp sad. No. It even shows in their video. Actually, Shatawale has one of the sleepless nights. The video, so that video portrays real dance hall reggae act culture proper, and that video but that is the culture. However, the things he has said is where I agree with Camilo. Certain things he has said, certain things he keeps saying. The violence, they be all kind of grab, but there's a lot of violence in what Shatawale says. And I don't know why they are not able to tell them that, yo, these things, people that put their monies in people hoping that they can get money, they don't put in factor violence. So because they know that once the person you are investing money in is dead, yeah, cash it. Do you get it? So how are they able to tame that conversation down to Shatawale? That's the thing today. Should look at it. What the guy said, he wasn't wrong. But the parts where he said he's dressing, that is where me too, I had a problem. But I see the apology as a clarion call.
Okay, so we'll go for a break. But before we go for a break, Cheesy Pizza has all you want from juicy smoothies, jollof, fried rice, spag and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday. With only 49 cedis, you get one small pizza, fries and chicken, one cola drink at all branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesday at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesday for 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get one free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Also, remember to start your weekend with special jollof and fried rice from Cheesy Pizza branches every Friday. Call 0264 133397 to place your order. Cheesy Pizza, your way. Ebeba Sisia. Welcome back to Bloggers Forum. This week, Lowen is back in the controversies again. This time around, he's the center of attacks. Let me read the story on GhanaWeb.com. Big Akwe, also a Kumawood actor, is attacking Lowen. One, he has described him as disrespectful. And let me read the story. So Kumawood actor Big Akwe has stated in a new interview that his colleague Kwajon Kansa, popularly known as Lowen, does not respect their senior colleague Ejako. According to Big Akwe, during the funeral service of late Eja Menu in Kumasi, Lowen's manner of storming the funeral as though he was a king when Ejako was performing proved that he has no respect for the legendary actor. Big Akwe disclosed that the actions of Lowen distracted the whole funeral and took all the attention that was in Ejako. Not only this allegation, he also alleged that any up-and-coming actor who works with Lowen is in for doom. This he says because Lowen has collapsed the career of many actors in the local movie industry. He alleged that young actors who were lured with money by Kwajon Kansa to feature in his movie have some way or the other lost their relevance. I would want to ask Ekia, is he being a target for attacks? One, he was tagged arrogant for arriving at the funeral of Eja Menu when Ejako was performing. Last week too, he was told to accept that his time is over. And now the allegation is that any up-and-coming actor who associates himself with Lewin will be doomed.
Okay, so it looks like this thing that they are doing to Lewin, or Lewin is suffering at this point in time, is a cycle in Ghana. Every industry has some. Fortunately for them, they are actors. They are always in front of the camera, so anything that they do, we get to see some. Now, the same thing they did to Ejako, people will say that Lewin was the beneficiary of that thing they did to Ejako, and now it's a system. They are doing it to him. However, if you look at the isolated events that they are using to say he's arrogant, because so what? Ejako was performing, so he can't come. Lewin is not a small boy too. I mean, Ejako is big, but Lewin is not a small boy that if he's coming for an event, and so wait, I don't get why are people so petty? Like, it's like the movie industry, they are very petty. They are really petty people. So what? Ejako performing till Lewin Remu in the style he wanted to enter. These are people who feel they have following. So when they are making an entry, they make an entry. So because Ejako is performing and he enters, so the listeners stop and they went to follow. Why is this a topic for conversation though? Do you get it? I don't get it. Now, for you to say that anybody that features, I mean, he's being paid to be featured, I don't want to use the wrong word. I mean, it is below the belt to me, because then my point is that how is it that only in Ghana, when somebody becomes successful with what they do over time, we want to always attribute the hard work and whatever went into the thing that they have done to gain success, no, to pay any chrono or bukata. So are we saying that people cannot be successful in life? Do we all have to die poor? The average Ghanaian, not genuine, the success is what when you get, when you side check, now when you die, now show mommy, that is success. But you can actually own an estate. That one to there's a level of success like that. Yacht. About 2 to 70 yacht, man. Dubai or Bukobi. So why is it that when somebody reach a certain level of success, the black mind, NTS, no not a fame or attributed to and who says we all don't have protection? Maybe sorry, what do you think I'm going to church for? Miss me for protection, because me because they want no America can they can also target at me. Do you get it? So maybe they're making the true most as big as they win. Why am I going to fight him? So no your money protecting one. I don't get it. Power, Neshia, we are not just human beings, so they are also spiritual side to us. So there will be artists that he will also meet and then feature, and Louis will fall down. It is true. It's not being the ordinary. So why are we focusing on the spirituality of the guy and not the hard work that he has put in over the years too? You can say you way sikeni ku obi na yesikeni na nante ko ha any GhanaWeb gate eko this kana one nante akwa you get the money. There was hard work attached to whichever thing they are even saying. Do you get it?
Vida.
Oh.
Yeah, Benes. I'll just start by saying, sir, Lewin, all these attacks, he brought it onto himself. Because over the years, he was seeking to prove, say, obi eni obi timi twa ne ho ne legacy na de waye wo industry bi ntimi pa ne ho. Nipa ba ko acte, otonyom, osa. Enti wo champion na ofo sa waje before cameras a wo ide ne acting nko no wa breaking barrier be or feel say actor be a breaky bida. Now, Ejako era no a con chain. Ohu ne ho say he and the Kwekumeno and the likes and number J industry no a see ho. And in as much as you want to give credence to Ejako, he's trying to tell you say wa be because ba me diam be ye de soon be ba so be mad. She attacks are or the ma funny face just because you see Owini favorite actor of the year award, and it was public votes. Yeah. I mean, you cannot discredit funny face ejuma wa ye wo man look at choco ka so ade share your friend is saying series are ye continuously. And that time na or bring a funny face down and channel no so doing a series by oyiwo TV so say no and to all touch a guy ya money be and talk messy but then you bound chain and then you want to act like you are the matured one as a woody dear great teasing no friend and me as if say ya grow na wuntimi agro but I don't know you no so no proud. Obisan about no ni ejakwa. He wants to tell you say wa be twemo no ne de obeye and he actually said it say obi ni wo betimi aye de ono aye chain ono aye wo industry ni mo. So when you open yourself up like that now you get people coming at you. Afi it's a cap now be so mukra people will start comparing and you know ombeyi omudie free mo. Bibi abeye bia they start to compare. Fighter one former manager Zach Enyaye. Because of prophets Biaka say or Duwako Edro so and it became drama bebre and the guy was really affected because on also no nanti you know enyene hwekweku menu you say rift da montem adan we see we the yonko kwa edro so we see we the yonko kwa edro so every time no I say you are striving too much to place yourself on the top but jaima public no man kasa omunye den omunjaje Bennett, semi bow program I say now perform here. There's a way I will walk in ebema and confer attention abame so. There's also a way I will do that to disrespect you. And I don't side with bigger quiz, you know, because obiane nenante and we can tell from various movies when I say ono nante no timi switch no anyhow anytime. You get it. Inti me fa obi nante ho nkoka say na wo de ho bona. Now omo say omo de omo ho bona. Na what say on my life no I don't think say level or no low win one or big champion or be up and coming so and sana abia wa hit abia na nedro no gene no epe omo munji di nko ade a na mimi because I don't see why he would want to trample upon obia oba ayenim no kra na maka say ni tete also de aye and e woni pa no so do hu ko ball no sa aye ne o do hu ko ball because you think that he has a level of friend is saying you maybe a why industry ni ma do hu ball no betimi a guide through and through and so do hu be born and they didn't even give us names why anyone omo de omo hu to na and omo de omo hu ball na afi de omo abo asesa. I saw one interview na obi bisan about Dr. Likey.
Yeah.
And the way he came across, no, I say, like
I say he shouldn't be compared to Dr. Likey.
I mean, the guy
he's
is
a
doing
legend.
wonderfully well. Now, I mean, who say we a good leader. The only sign I mean, who say we a good leader, and say even in your absence, no, where you might then ekoso. It is a we a leader, and now for someone I man we industry. Now when you wanna say industry ni gua, we legacy na no dey way. I mean, there should be somebody I'll be take you after you as a woman. The work will go on as planned. Until you see what hene, you see what jiman. Na industry na guno. Wahini no do what he for so. You get what I mean? Because to be a leader, you need conform. Mushawa say subordinates. They say I didn't go. O subordinates now who him where are they? Until say ene wonya attacks. It is because of nensem kekebi. On one kasakeka ya uncle ye now everybody tends to a friend is saying compare you to everybody our passing through system just as you have. And so for me Jacko remains my all-time favorite. I mean movies now say or no what do you call it low any woman I won't say it's a meshe but the kind of effect Jacko comedy nya so I wouldn't say that's the same thing that low end comedy nya so and also no on pattern. And was so crowning the best. And it will bring problems. And until now, all these things are being targeted at. And he enjoys it because the more can say, the more a shooty happening in the presence on social media, the more the more I'll focus on the current works. I mean, so yes, right now. Obia ne de obia won na hini a wo de obia won a special craft and kofo ni je won ti sa wo gina bedroom no obi se na ni nje ohun na ni je obi fofo ho nipa is entitled to it. He should accept it. Okay. He can't be the all-time na Santos Ongazain. He can't be the all-time funny person. David. And you know so what to be there but away akwezi zain asano zo ya there but well I mean akwezi zain So he should relax.
There is a video be on social media. I watched it yesterday. Ejako explaining how he thinks the movie producers
ganged up against
him. Should Lowen be scared?
No, the industry not. I mean, it's not that potent. Producers can come together and say, you better bring it down. Now, I'm sure he even shoots his own movies near the end. They say, no, bringing it down. He has equipment and people who are willing to even work for free just so people get to know them. I don't think that now producers, they are more break. I mean, their movies in the end top. And there should be an alternative here. COVID by 2 cinemas. Then nothing much until for now. On one series, I think 2 or 3 are running on TV now. No, whoever comes to gang up against him, no, how? Because I think that he's found his way out. I hope it's me. I pick a card.
Yeah, I think he should be worried. Maybe not scared, but he should be worried a bit because then he has seen what a gang up did to Ejako. I mean, for now, because of YouTube, online, it's like we are all able to enjoy without having to see the run and Ejako kakrasa na omoto mi see the omodiko see any sanyamano. Even this era, instead of active to say but a human institution. You see, it's not about the CD, the hero. It's about the minds of the people that came together to bring you down. So then now the problem is, now that a conversation or one thing somebody who is in the movie industry could have said for you to get some money that you needed to do your own movie. Now, more. And that is where it gets dangerous. Because he doesn't have to come into your turf. Far away or the best. He should be worried. He should be worried, Pam, because these people, funny enough, these movie people, they have friends who actually owe allegiance to them in their industries, in their political faces. People who can sign and things will change for your life. You know? They have friends in the movie industry connected to them. And maybe we'll buy your movie and found oh, I don't need them. You actually need them because a conversation be a Rebecca said, "Farmer no kekeno." I best some or actors, or producers, or children abrabo because a farmer no now more. So he should be worried. They might not come close to his movies or might not put him in movies to bring him down, but they can do it in other ways, and that one could be even detrimental to him.
Okay. Yabeko break by you discuss the legacy, the contribution of the late Nana Kwame Ampadu. We'll be right back.
Hi, my name is Nanama McBrown. I'm proud to be part of GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Please, do the right thing. Save a life. Brim.
Welcome back to Bloggers Forum. On Tuesday, September 28th, Ghanaians heard a very sad news. We lost one of our great legends in the music industry, Nana Kwame Ampadu. If you don't know Nana Kwame Ampadu, let me give just a brief profile about him. And his profile can also be found on GhanaWeb.com, so you can move to our website to read it. Mr. Patrick Kwame Ampadu, popularly known as Nana Kwame Ampadu, died on Tuesday, September 28, 2021, at the age of 76. He died at the Legon Hospital after falling sick overnight. He was rushed to the emergency ward on Tuesday morning and died shortly. He was born on Saturday, March 31, 1945 at Adiembra at Afram Plains in the eastern region of Ghana to Openi Kwame Ampadu and Mercy Afua Intiwa, both of Obo Kou Eastern region. In 1963, the inventive, clever, talented, imaginative, and witty singer formed his African Brothers Band, renamed African Brothers International Band in 1973. The name of the band, according to Nana Pedu, was in support of Kwame Nkrumah's call for African unity. Nana Pedu explained how the African Brothers Band was formed. He narrated in 1963, I, Nana Kwame Ampadu, then called Patrick Kwame Ampadu, was approached by a gentleman by the name Kwesi Boahin, a resident of Nima, who told me he was enthused about my prowess at my band rehearsals at Adabraka. He suggested to me that his in-law had some musical instruments, though not full set, and added we could set up a band. His persuasion won my confidence, so I gave him a consent, but explained I have to discuss with my elder brother, Rover Kofi Amo, who I stayed with at Adabraka. Let me move to where he was crowned as the Njumtufuhini. His name was changed from PSK Ampadu to Nana Kwame Ampadu the first, when in 1972 he won the highlife competition held at Rex Cinema Hall, Accra, to be crowned the Ojomtofohene singer-in-chief. Some of his popular tracks include Ebitiye, Akusika, Kofin Krabia, Obiambanye, Woyo Woyo, Mada, Min to Min Jaiwo, Agatha, Ajise Wodowo, Drivers, Enibrenye, Oman Boajo, Kwata, Sambra, and a lot. Vida, what do you remember about the late Kwame Ampadu?
He had one song with my name in it. Me do be or baby say do you. So me the go for my favorite. That's my favorite because me when you sing and you have my name in it, that song is automatically a hit for me. I mean, for Nana Ampadu, when I heard the story, I was like, ready, and I mean that. Because my mom is a typical Adademu person. She can sing every Adademu song. If you watched my status 2 days ago, she was giving me lessons on some of these songs, especially Nana Kwame Ampadu. She was singing throughout Tuesday night and telling me the reason why he uses certain animals. And my mom will tell you why he uses animal, blah, blah, blah. There was a time that he has a song about Brodo, you know, it was very popular those days. My mom told me a story. I don't know how true it was. Okunya girlfriend biwo and some kind. And the way I personify Brodo no de tonyum no. I mean, when you fall in love with it. So I knew my Mirefi is that Obra song. Obra. I mean, those days we share a can drama now. I mean, Charlie, fantastic performer. But one thing I maybe some want to say, is there anything a dahwa yedibe kaina na? I mean, me huni videos here and there, enini shada nye papa biasa. I always sit here and say, who asking you to tell your own story? O kwa wo benina na o put videos together or china bini bit me documentary crap people will pay to watch in the cinemas. I'm relying on my mother's story. So how will I get all these stories to be able to eulogize such a great man? Yancho book biya antu bebia, yanye documentary antu bebia, yanye ejume biya antu bebia. They say no, do be any biya fan who biya no obeka. And to say only penny be ofia. You might think Nana Ampadu is one regular 34 nyumbina no to no etem. But this is somebody I watched one of his interviews or say a champion, then president, and invited him back. And how impactful a my mom told me a story said Rollins man a contract. Yes. A road contract. And
in the profile no cry was stated he wrote a song.
Mammy see became a huge issue. Say, hey, Obi on Bonny man the belt kakrakani what they call guarantee. Ojina so kita guitar humensia obono. Evan is saying the president between command road contract is on quiet kwana. But because the people loved his music, you know, and so I said he could do so well in music, they felt say be anyone division is oh yeah, just because of Enyumna Otoni. And so we've lost a very great person. Who say a president eulogizing or extending condolence to the family, no. It's in order. But it will be no
president Mahama Soye.
And also Soye be. It's in order, but it be pushy for a state burial for him. It be saying partially, you know, state burial, but then a bending to drums are reason no home, because there are lots of people who don't know, like then why because there's nothing to show. Say or Nejuma why or Nyom Dudo say and you know people will be so. There are thousands and thousands
for over 800
songs. And we saying na your name. What's I say? Most of a bena ye busi say no fana free. Your friend is a ninyum. Ma make a chem say yes, akasa eka okwaduo America Trump. It came from his song. It's the same. Obi person kase obi tumika. On hane hon ka long sentence. And also because okwaduo. Okon okwaduo party as say nipa no. Only Usain Bolt and I'm crying back. So I mean, media. I've had a few because I have somebody in my house who knew who he was, and he's from my hometown here, Kowni. So for us, the Kowus is you grieve a cost chain will be because we've lost an icon. The icons here can carry a kako drain tree, and I say, girl, them sugar, kidding, man, say about almost from pain. Is a legend free musana. So for us, the Kowus here, they are to and we are praying, say, a man of befitting burials. They say, yesterday, ma a baby of free Kosovo, Nigeria, China, Yempesa. And I'm a panano, and I'm the Japade, and a new way crabbing. I'm trying to be on our natural day. So we don't want the befitting burial that we are going to, because we saw Simon Rollins breast, so such a great match. Said there, Nkofobi PA somewhere, ma, what best say, I Jumedini Pasa Yempesa. Yes, Roko, for me, see a dear book. Yes, wrong.
Once again, the media has failed.
Why?
Because what we don't know is that we are the culture custodians. Yeah, na before say oti hey, na abranti party hey. When they tell wo kasabia wo say oti abranti party mu. Tinye be the viewers that will watch. That's first time emotion, and they will know that there was a certain abranti part that did the job before you, which is what we have failed as the media. Me, I know Ampedu because Obi, I am a papa. Any me area that for papa penny be me as down for no chimitina kemu. Any of born you ma maybe favorite on a driver. Car for a whole train I love my car. Na car car dada if I won't buy one no pass them all those things. They are beautiful. So me and Ampedu me back to back. Now okay, so like hey, I grew up with a father no support it young. And so no coming yeah, so me those things, those songs don't even form a picture. Oh, where to be say. So you see, as I was saying, the people who could have educated my kind and her kind, that there was once a person or there is a person called Nanam Pedu. Or no, yeah, and you to phone in they failed on that side. So my generation, I sat on radio some time ago, not long. I think that Tuesday, that's almost still a person. I sat on radio and I spoke about Nampedu and I finished, and the producer was like, "How do I know Nampedu?" Now media, and I'm saying, "This is so how annoying you say no?" I'm saying the people that failed you because they should have been able. There was a way they could have communicated who the magnitude of that person was, but they didn't do it. They didn't do it. Which is why you don't know Nampedu, and it's understandable. Now my point is that Nanam Pedu, I mean Ghana, one of the best we will ever have is Nanam Pedu. And you said that unfortunately he didn't have works put together. He actually has. That is what I was introduced to. So once
I'm not talking about music videos. Music videos,
no. Where he has a story, he has.
I've seen some.
He has.
No, listen. No. What I'm saying is that from 1960 whatever, about this time, no, and your narrated versions in a make count. I mean, it can document
the story.
They document because even if you look at young Ghana, independence, grandpa, we should footage on BBC, UK, and the brain. As a people, Nangas that day, na your GBC, not way.
Okay,
you get it. And I'm a person make because me who is saying Michael Jackson passed. Shehawa. Chronology from this concert to that concert to that concert, and my mom was telling me numerous concerts on me no be pon so a chale uni hwana ubeja ofie ho akọ.
Okay,
and I haven't seen it. I've seen videos of him on one kind of story, but as to oka nanka video actual event they see they attach here, it will give one a different effect.
Okay, I understand, but unfortunately, Ghana technology, even now still we are not advanced. So you would understand that certain things at Michael Jackson they will be able to video and keep a Ghana artist the luxury of even technology to even keep it. Also, make keeping over time transferring it from one device to the new one becomes a problem. You will lose it. So I understand, but I think, as I said, there is a documented thing on one kasa wakan, and there were some with videos. Baby, a couple shows, this show beauty, so a brand here
because I've seen videos of him.
There was a day I was traveling to Kumasi. I was in a bus. I think it was less than 5 minutes.
No, this one is a whole.
No, narrative how Kobo shows were outside Nigeria.
No, what I've seen
do we have footage?
Yeah, there were some with footages in it too.
From the shows from Nigeria.
Okay, so
he was being interviewed.
Okay, so this is what it is. Okay, so this is it. You know, Nanam Pedu, like I said, Ninyom Tetefon or Munyum no we are. Most of them are going to try videos because that kind of videos and share them back. So, we try now a check. But Nana Pedro videos now, most of his songs we try new videos. There's actually a tape where we try new videos and the videos still trying. And I say, I have Porsche, Matu, no. And it's a 4 videos now. Which is only part yes, those kind of asana money they don't want Maya. While you try, it's opening your mouth, you get the songs with clean videos. And then they have the documentary. So it's a long documentary with.
Where can we find this?
Okay, may I put on the person that showed it to me was on a CD. To me, one fans on a part of area.
And you release it.
But I'm sure on the market. I'm sure on the market. So toy. It's the be a corner how you share. Near share no quarter any bread. Near share no kind of story behind the video music. And look, I think that is the song that has a proper music video. That is enacting the lyrics of the song and all. But people, I'm for Kase, he does asking state barrier. I think he deserves a state barrier. Nana Pedu did not die with his talent too. He lived his life. 18 years up to 70 something years doing music. What else didn't he do?
We didn't.
So we are celebrating.
In the history of Ghana music, he has most of the albums.
Gamro has written something about Nana Pedu and
Gamro.
Yeah. They spoke about his legacy. So Abraham Ajeti, the CEO of Gamro, has described Nana Pedu as the steel of high life genre. In an interview on Hits FM, Abraham, as he's affectionately called, said the contribution of Nana Pedu to the Ghanaian music industry was enormous. According to him, Nana Pedu became an enigma to the industry because people did not understand his level of creativity. As a result, they accused the prolific writer and composer of using juju. Indeed, between 1964 and 1968, he wrote very good songs for some of the greats, and we all grew up thinking they were music. That's the greats did, he added. Apart from being a performer, Nana Pedu was concerned about the welfare of musicians. Eja Abraham recalled how the legend was impactful in the activities of Musician Union of Ghana, Musica, as well as Gamro. He said, you know what Kwame Ampedu did with Musica? His involvement in collections management in this country was way back in 1982. He was part of the agitation and he helped set up the Copyright Society of Ghana. Kwame Ampedu and 99 others went to court, and that has brought us this far. Kwame has paid his dues. Talking about his legacy. Gamro Musica. Do you think they protected his legacy enough?
I mean, I don't think that he put his works under their care for them to do something extra that he couldn't do. That's what I feel. But talks of Gamro, the only thing that comes to mind is royalties. He cannot say na onyaye because it's on albums, no dodo. Right? It's on the dodo. So saying na when you're free ni proceeds mo. All coins so we je busia we trade. Saying na you be more to go on because you enjoy but we'll keep playing it. The legacy need intact for me because he will always be remembered as or the classic high life tunes but aside that no and then we can still do concerts in his name. Yes, and we line up these young artists na no crap no ya organizing we and to kwa bisi ase because we say sika muji sika say media I mean yentin nyoma biase wo ntinka said ye wo komladumo awards bi no there should be something monumental a beda ho ani din e beda so enyemi na meka ma kowa hemfo no but me so meka kra me chere say even kwa we region ho no there should be something a be ya ni din e beda so de bia nchima beba abehu se ne ye wo ode hye bi ti se Nana Kwame ampedu a oye adwumtufo nyina hene. So we are calling on musica to do their part omunye concert no and we encourage Ghanaians to say eba bibi kakra all the better tickets no ko na fe concert no yemba ne sage say the Castro tribute troka e o VGM no enye no bi ne ye pa hwe wo sa concert no say they should sit down omun tailor nyoma wa ye ni yie go to the very basic place or speak to the relevant people involved. The concert kakra mo wona mo bitimi afusing in mo me ya circumstances so far so the wuye because matisa ne man ka say the ambulance was late and the doctor was asleep so he couldn't, you know, I mean for such a legend, no, when you hear things like that, no, and then again you catch artists and so you need private physicians, private doctors for yourself. Well, level no drew ye nurse senkonya on a private doctor in Siomo ewiemu ukfrena obitumi ka ababe man first aid bi ansa na yede na drew hospital kese mu. In as much as hype ne ye de no na fame no so fam no, you should think about these things. So dream insurance one now I dream personal doctor because I know key people be your country here. They have personal doctors wo he fa crampo na ufrena obeba in terms of man face evening kaye story said doctor bi say wada na say no question nanu muntitin free nani so GM no abrochak ye beju license free one sem by chroma de e na nyome bi wa ididi agro nti no munyane no say ubuso den ya munyane na musa say why did he have to do that to such a legend? And I was a investigation I escalated cost near the home report by Mampeni because Ghana for be fana it won't be a woo no a yani a Freddie my into your best going forward many same penny for be get personal doctors they will be just a phone call away from you. Say a possible cramp now your defwa money baby or better na ben send a baby will be a walking distance no with Tumika Ababisho because I know one big man in this country why yes I didn't money. The doctor ben pa nti bibi ni our friend no Tumika. So I don't know the so kwa woman let's celebrate this. My Easter name kwa fire trim say kwa no woman yen she ade we ho fa ni yen fa nye bibi pansio George Floyd ye nkote hu nusuo ha itna ho hwe yes they should make this funeral something, you know, worth grieving and not just celebrating because it was a life well lived.
Before we wrap up, also, what do you think should be done to protect his legacy?
Oh no, I also Gamro there.
Gamroni,
I think they should be ashamed because there's also a story that says that Nampedu and 100 other artists drive Gamro to court. They should be ashamed. They are just trying to they should be ashamed. When the man lived, what they could have done to protect his legacy, and then say what Tony said, he was we know he was what did you do? A lot more will die and they will not see the fruit of their hard work. They should be ashamed though, very ashamed. Because there's the same story too. That says a more or the mark of court. Because Adia was some way more or no so a cocra way tuma with his whole life, no, or being that peace of mind, no, he say, so no pono own yasikana, ne chimba de, or being a bino. Why, Tanya oh, nada de ye never buano. Right now, even now, there's no guarantee that if the AG does not agree for another people to operate royal system in Ghana, in the next 10 years, they will fix the system. There's no guarantee. There's no guarantee. It's what they make us say, even if they are racing for not doing the work, is that, oh, when we go and take the blank levy or whatever, the blank check, we pay according to albums. So who has albums more than an Ampedu? And if he was even getting what was due, would he have still gone to court? Because he has more of the albums. In fact, he has most of the albums. Would he have even gone to court if they were being fair with him? So the work that has to be done, and for whom a year call. Oh, you see how Gamro and Musica will take this thing big. They'll do it bigger than all this system. So let's No, like I mean, it's good. Okay, thanks. Okay, I understand. Thanks for saying what has been your contribution to as an institution to the man's life. Thanks for saying. What's next?
So what do you think should be done to protect his legacy?
First of all, they should find a way of fixing the system. Because as she said, there are at least stations that are playing 2 hours. How about the ones that will play his songs? As you see, if at least on only run away who say a fix the system and come fix it well, at least he will know that this time that what turn it and we free we. Then you might be bopa their cancer. At least once and the ma we jam wechi. You will see how Gamro will take Gamro and Musica will do this. You will see how they will make it big. Some of them are coming from where this car. Because I won't claiming to say, yeah, dear, but when he was there, the needful wasn't done. They should be ashamed. Because we know that the same man they are acting as if or drag him to court. And the same issue is happening. So if you are saying that he was vegan, or how about the other big ones that will be created or have been created after the man? How are you making sure that they die in peace, knowing that the words that they use their life to do no ombenya husika ama omuma do omechi no so when your peace of mind? They should do better, Charlie. Okay.
A reminder that Cheesy Pizza has all you want from juices, smoothies, jollof, fried rice, spag and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday. With only 49 cedis, you get 1 small pizza, fries and chicken, 1 cola drink at all branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesday at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesday for 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get 1 free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. And also remember to start your weekend with special jollof and fried rice from Cheesy Pizza branches every Friday. Call 0264 133397 to place your order. Cheesy Pizza, your pizza, your way. I told you, said this episode will be an interesting one because it's the first time I hear hosting all female panelists on our show. And then I have Tili Ekuanipa. Thank you very much. She's a presenter with One Play Africa. Thank you very much for coming here. And me, I'm Sister Penny. By the Duchumwa, columnist.
Cheesy pizza. They didn't bring me pizza on my birthday.
Oh, cheesy pizza.
And then I'm
okay, so because today is the last day in September, no cheesy pizza say your birthday presents now.
Okay.
Even though it's coming late, but it's still birthday celebration now. And we hope so you enjoy yourself.
Yeah, may campaign be amount for follow me on Instagram.
Okay.
Me here the idea. Very important. Please follow me on Instagram.
What's your ID?
Tilly Ekuanipa. TILLYAKUANIPAA.
Okay.
Follow me. The idea critical. Thank you.
Vivid
003.
Yeah.
Vivid
003 on Instagram. To Vida, so you can follow her. It has been an interesting episode of Bloggers Forum this week. My name is Beniso Alparijan, and said I'm a catcher on a brand to pay money. That's why I'm here sitting in for him. See you another time.
I would want to congratulate management and staff for how far they've come. GhanaWeb is the biggest portal in Ghana and even in outside Ghana as well. For the people outside Ghana, this is their go-to portal. And anybody outside Ghana will tell you that GhanaWeb is where they get their source of news from. I've had friends who are residing outside Ghana, and anytime there's news about me, and this time it's about me, they hit me up and say, oh, I read this story about you on GhanaWeb, I read this story about you. So it tells me that it is the #1 portal for everybody else, for both of us in Ghana and outside. So I would want to congratulate the management and staff for the work that you've done over the years. And I wish you guys well. I pray for strength, for success, for favor, and for special grace, that you guys will live on to be 50, 70, and 100 years. Congratulations to you guys.
Welcome to the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. This program covers all the relevant issues from the hard truth to the facts and fears. My name is Ni Akwe, Ismail Akwe. Today we are going to discuss the media in Ghana and journalism. Journalism in Ghana has become more pluralistic than in the past, and thanks to digital media and social media, now the traditional media is following social media and digital media to get the news. How did we get here? And what has been the story in the past? Our guest today is a seasoned journalist, and he's also a politician, and he's going to take us through this journey and evolution of the media in the country. We'll be right back on the Lowdown. Welcome back. This is the Lowdown. My name is Ni Akwe, Ismail Akwe, and our guest is a former High Commissioner of Ghana to Namibia and Botswana. He is a former publisher of the Accra Daily Mail, the former editor of the Statesman newspaper, a prison graduate, I don't know if he calls himself that, a former civil servant, and a writer. He is Alhaji Abdulrahman Haruna Atta. He has MOV, and he'll tell us what the MOV means. Welcome, Alhaji.
Thank you very much, Ismail. You corrected me this morning. I was saying Ishmael. I think the Muslims, that's how we pronounce it. Or it's Sumaila, well, whatever.
So the Arabic is Ismail, and then the house has corrupted it to Sumaila.
Yes. So anyway, thank you. Well, nice having me on this program, and I'm very impressed that it's an all-female crew. You hardly find them in this town. So, well, GhanaWeb, kudos. And as you see, more grace to your elbows.
Thank you very much.
Computers. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. And your name has MOV.
Yeah.
What's the MOV?
It's a national honor, one of the highest national honors. The member of the Order of the Volta.
Okay.
It's some people get the Grand Medal, and then the Order of the Volta, I think, has 3 components. Some are Commander of the Order of the Volta. Some are something or the other. It goes all the way to the top where heads of state get the Star, Order of the Star of Ghana or something. So that was given to me in 20-something, I can't even remember, for contribution to media development in Ghana.
I see you're very proud of it, because absolutely. I've never seen anyone using it as part of the name. You are the only one who does it.
But they should. It's because of ignorance, I'm afraid to say. In the UK, when you are a something, you use it. It's a sign of pride in having it, and a sign of pride in your own country. So member of the Order of the Volta shows my pride in my country. And I think all those recipients, when you get it, just add it to your name. It doesn't take anything. And then when you are going to formal or some informal occasions, you wear, whether it's a pennant or the, what do they call it, the sash. or what you put in your pocket here. So it's just part of pride in belonging. So I would advise my recipients, and that's all over the world, all over the country. Some are farmers, some are engineers, some are soldiers, some are whatever, so many. So they should use it. There's nothing to be shy about. So that's why I use it all the time.
Well, that's quite inspiring, and I'm sure they would also follow your footsteps.
And I'm sure by the time you get to my age, with this kind of work you are doing, you also get an
Inshallah. So we pray for it.
Exactly.
I'll be proud about it.
Yes, or the grand medal.
Yeah. So you have so many titles. You used to be an editor. You used to be a civil servant. You used to be an ambassador, which was most recent.
Yeah.
Which one do you cherish the most?
Funny, the ambassadorial job. It's a very, very trying job, because when you take that appointment, it's not to go and be drinking champagne or just going to parties. Yes, there are diplomatic receptions, but it actually means working for the advancement of your country. It brings in all the things you've learned through your life. I went in not as a trained diplomat, but what they call the political appointees. For the first few months, I had to use to learn, and I learned on the job. And by the time I was leaving, I think I had done so much work for Ghana. I'm proud to say that something we call the PJCC, the Joint Commission, Permanent Joint Commission of Cooperation between Ghana and Namibia, for example, had been in abeyance for about 12 years. When I went within the first year, I was able to get it going. And the PJCC is the platform on which nations discuss matters of interest, set up the policies they want to follow, the areas of cooperation. So it's a lot of work. And then you have to do with the personal relationships with your hosts, and also with your staff, with your Ghanaian staff. So it's a lot of work. I found it more exciting out of all my my experiences. Maybe the next I can say of my life is my time as a student, secondary student. Those were great days. I don't think anybody who's attended secondary school will not mark his or her secondary school days as one of the most exciting in their lives.
Which school did you attend?
Navasco, the great Navasco. Oh, I should have worn my Navasco anniversary.
You're either wearing KNUST.
Yeah, t-shirt. Our anniversary is this year.
So, did you start writing in Navasco?
Yes and no. Not formally, but a little article here, a little article there. We had some small magazine, and it got us into trouble even once, and I was suspended from school for 1 year. I never had my lower sixth education, and some were expelled because the authorities thought the magazine was rather a little too risque, and in those days there were certain things they just couldn't tolerate, especially if it had sexual content. So the authorities came on us very, very hard. I had a year's suspension.
Wow.
And
so writing has put you in trouble so many times.
So many times.
And I introduced you as a prison graduate, and it has to do with writing as well.
With writing.
Yes, so that's one of the riskiest roles you've ever played?
Yes. But prison too, it's a subculture. When you go independent on the crime that sent you there, the prisoners can rally around you and give you such moral support. I got it when I was first at Nsawam, and later I was transferred to Akuse local prison. I remember once I fell really ill with malaria, and all the prisoners in my cell rallied, boiled hot water, helped me massage myself. I don't know where they got the money from, but they bought a robe and came and rubbed my body. So I saw compassion in prison, something you don't associate prisoners with. But then I also saw deprivation. Our society doesn't treat prisoners well at all. You go in a Ghanaian prison and you are like an animal, you are forgotten, unless you have people who come in and visit you and see you. The food is horrible. There's something they call zontoli and manpower. Terrible. So that experience is also there for me.
Yeah. You've spoken widely about the prison experience.
Yeah.
Today we are going to talk about the journalism experience.
Fantastic.
And what took you to prison was contempt of court charge.
Yes.
And I want to know if you had written or you had done that article today, do you think you would have gone to prison?
No, we've come so far. Contempt these days would not send you to jail, really. And in those days, even the contempt that sent me to jail was because the lady that sent me to court was my sister-in-law, Mrs. Rawlings. The lower court had freed us. I went in with Mr. Baku, Kweku Baku, and the lower court had, well, the judge had done a very balanced ruling. She cited that for contempt, and we wanted her, injunction also vacated. So the judge refused to vacate the injunction, and then he also refused to send us in. Then she went and petitioned the Court of Appeal. So the case actually was decided by the Court of Appeal, not the High Court that was supposed to handle it. So the 3 judges on the panel, one of them disagreed with his 2 elderly colleagues, and so they sent us in. They have since died, sadly, but well, that's the way of life. They are bitter, they are gone.
So currently, we don't have a lot of journalists facing any of these things you are talking about. The system has changed. Yeah. Writing has changed. Yeah. The media is pluralized. And we have a lot of media houses, from the print to broadcast to the digital media, and all of them, so many of them. Collectively, there will be more than 100. And you are also, or still, writing to feed into these media houses that we have. How do you see the media right now as compared to the media in the past? Is it a positive growth, or is boring, as some people say? Because others say, well, we miss the media of the past. In the past, it was so rough and it was so hard and difficult to cut through, and we don't have so many people in there, a few people who are very factual and very ethical than now. How do you see it?
It's very interesting. When I was coming, I pulled out something online. When you gave me the invitation, I decided to do a little research. You don't appear on programs like yours not prepared. So I want to just read you something. I have a reason for doing it. It's just a small paragraph. It says, the Gold Coast Gazette and Commercial Intelligencer was published from 1822 to 25 by Sir Charles McCarthy, governor of the Gold Coast settlements. As a semi-official organ of the colonial government, the central goal of this Cape Coast newspaper was to provide information to European merchants and civil servants in the colony. Recognizing the growing number of mission-educated Africans in the Gold Coast, the paper also aimed at promoting literacy, encouraging rural development, and listen to this, and quelling the political aspirations of this class of native elites by securing their loyalty and conformity with the colonial system. So you would ask, so what has changed from 1822-25?
That was a clear agenda.
That was a clear agenda. That was a clear agenda. So newspapers and the media are normally established with agenda. I do not believe that you just set up a newspaper for the bloody-mindedness of it. You want to push a certain line, political, economic, religious, and so on. So we've come a very, very, very long way to the days when the Daily Graphic then grew out of the Sunday Mirror, then the Ghanaian Times, then GBC grew out of Station Zoe, came to the Ghana Film Industries Corporation. I'm sure you've forgotten about it, but it was the leading post-independence sort of media producing house. It's now become TV3. It was set up by the British in 1948 as the Gold Coast Film Unit. And our greatest president, of course, Kwame Nkrumah, thought far and invested in it and developed it into a full-fledged film industry. In those days, we didn't have the electronic media. So the film industry produced newsprints, documentaries, and other social animation material for the country. So if you remember films like Mr. Mensah Builds a House, The Boy Komasenu, etc., they were the feature side of things. So the Ghana Film Industry Corporation was such a major partner of GBC. GBC, that grew out of this station, Zoe, I was telling you about. So GBC and Ghana Films, between them, were producing all the material that we needed. And in those days, too, we had the Information Services Department, let's not forget. So they were like the implementing agency of all these things. So they had a fleet of vans. They went around the country, and those were great days for us when we were children. When the film van is coming to a village or a town, oh, it was a source of joy. Then we would rush, and then they would show films, mainly government policies and so on and so forth. And then it grew and grew, and then came to, like I'm saying, Graphic and Times. They then took the mantle. The Ghanaian Times, that one came from the Guinea Press, the Guinea Press. Kwame Nkrumah again took it up for the party, and then after the 66 coup, the NLC transformed it into a state-owned media for the country. The National Graphic, you know. So within that time, many things grew up. It was in 1957 that we had the Ghana News Agency, the GNA, and then also we had the development of the film education institutions like the GIJ, and so on. And now they've all grown up, and there are many. My good friend, Professor Kojo Yanka, his school of great school, great school. So all these things are there. So we've come a long way. That's why I'm giving just a short history. And so within the period too, I became a board member first of Ghana News Agency. That was during, Ghana News Agency, and then later I also became a board member of the Ghanaian Times. So I seem to have done quite a lot of media work in my life, all very exciting. And then we've come to these days. These days, you have the advantage of technology. You have the advantage of technology, and those of you who are professional, like your good self and GhanaWeb, I was telling you earlier on, we all used to depend on GhanaWeb years ago when it started. That was when everybody was sending messages to Akoto, and so on. But now I see you've grown, you are adding so many things to your stables. So it's now different. So I can say that out of this history and this mix of media, the country has benefited. I think it would be wrong and churlish to say that the country hasn't benefited from our media. Through people like you, the younger media people, we are getting a lot of information. And I disagree. I think you are as racy, if not racier, than we were. Because the technology allows you to dig deeper and move wider afield than we were doing. We were handicapped. Because I can tell you something. When we started our media after the 1992 Constitution, which opened things up, and everybody was establishing a newspaper radio stations and whatever, we didn't even have the proper working tools. To do a newspaper, we still did the cut and paste. We will cut, paste here, and so on. But now everything technology, unless you don't have the money to do it, but the means to do it is there. So it's given us a lot of variety in the media, and that's why a plural media is there. We shouldn't fight a plural media. I disagree with the people who say you should conform with each other. No. You be as different as possible. Be as different and as innovative as possible. The country would only benefit, excuse me, from that. Our period, let me tell you this little history. My good friend Cabral, Ambassador Cabral, he was the one, I think, who went online first with the Independent. So it was a cause for him to bluff with his pioneering role in getting online.
So the first newspaper to go online.
To go online.
Yes.
So and that time it was Africa Online. Yeah. All of us later became Africa Online, Africa Online. That was even the email address of my newspaper until we moved on. And I also, in my own little way, it may or not mean anything, either the first or part of the first to introduce the use of digital cameras to do my pictures and do my pages. So it was then a very small camera like this, and I was carrying it all over the place. I cherished it so much I wasn't even giving it to my reporters. I wanted to do my own pictures. So I remember the late Jacob Echebel once told me that, he says to me, Abdul Rahman, you are too old to be doing this. let your reporters do it. But then that's how the status was in those days. Technology was almost nil, and then of course it started building up. Then other servers, media, whatever started building, and then just opened up.
Okay, thank you very much for the history, and I was quiet because I wanted you to take us deeper and give us more. So we'll go on a break. Okay. When we come back, we look at segmenting the media in terms of looking at the past and now. Yeah. We look at the agenda, how the agenda setting was done. Also, we look at the quality of content. Okay. And then we also look at social media and also digital media in total. This is a lowdown. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back to the lowdown. My name is Ismail Akwe. We are discussing the state of journalism in Ghana and how far we've come with Alhaji Abdurrahman Haruna Atta. So you were telling us about some history from post-independence, pre-independence era to post-independence. Now we want to look at the agenda-setting role of the media. How was it before? And how is it now? I know in your period, the media wanted to have some sort of democracy, and you had publications by your newspaper, The Statesman, by Kweku Baku's newspaper, I think the Guide, and so many other newspapers that were setting an agenda to have freedom of the press, freedom of speech, and democracy in total. How was it like before?
Before, it was fairly stiff. It was dominated by the state-owned media. When you are talking of the print media, Graphic and Times, and of course the electronic media were mainly GBC and Ghana Films, like I told you, and of course Ghana News Agency. Yeah, so it was all government controlled. It was muzzled, completely muzzled by the government.
So as private media, how did you survive?
It was very difficult. It was a hand-to-mouth existence. Advertising wasn't coming because business people and other people were afraid to advertise in our newspapers to get penalized. So any day you got just a one-page advert from somewhere, it was a source for jubilation, because then you know a little nokofio will come from that for you to eat. But it was very difficult, and then the media atmosphere was unfriendly. You remember once Mr. Baku's newspaper, they even went and bombed it, and so on. So it was very, very difficult and unfriendly. But then we fought on, and later credit must be given to President Kufuor. He was very open to us when he was in opposition. And so we would meet him every now and then, and we kept hammering that what he should do, his living legacy, would be to abolish the criminal libel section of the criminal code. So it was from us, we put pressure on him, And truly too, when he won the elections and became president, that was one of his first legislative actions to abolish the criminal libel section of the criminal code.
Could we say the media played a role? I mean, then it wasn't opposition media. Did you play a role in Kufuor's election?
We did very much so. At that time, the interesting thing was that President Rawlings had stayed for a length of time that I think people were tired of him, really, and they wanted a change. We also wanted a change. In fact, I developed a very robust attitude towards him because I thought he had not only overstayed, but then he had dictatorial and authoritarian tendencies. And that was the basis of my media fight with him, nothing else, after all. Why should I fight him? He was my wife's sister's husband, so really we should be on good terms. Maybe even if I had behaved myself, I probably would have had some droppings from the government of the day, but anyway, that's a joke. Yeah, so I was very robust in my columns in those days. It was called Taking Issue. And I took issue with him because I thought his style of governance was not exactly what the Constitution was about, because we all struggled to get this Constitution through, but he still retained vestiges of, when he says something, it shouldn't be opposed. So I did it. Kweku Baku, my good friend Ibn Kwaku of the Free Press, and so many other names were involved in this ambition to get the media landscape at least cauterized of the kind of tendencies that was keeping us down. So in those early days after the 1992 Constitution, we were like little kids in a candy store. We were all over the place, stealing from here, putting this in our mouth. So we were a little unruly. That's what we were. We were a little unruly. We didn't cross-check our stories. We didn't ask for second opinion or give the other person the chance, because we had an agenda. Back to the word, your word. Because the agenda was to get rid of Rawlings. So we worked hard, and luckily we had a listening ear from the candidate before then. And then when he became president, he was very open to us. And so that quietude started coming. The media scene started becoming quite very open and very relaxed on us, though we were unruly and robust up to this day. Why I'm saying that you people are no worse than us is that you are doing precisely the same thing we were doing. I don't think you should underrate your efforts. The problem is that, you mentioned it, the development of the citizen journalism thing has meant that anybody now can call themselves a journalist, really. In the US, for example, when they ask you your job, your journalist, they don't ask you where you went and trained. For them, once you are a journalist and you are given voice to the freedom of expression, that's your job. Nobody's really interested in whether you have a certificate or not. An employer may, because they will be looking for qualified people. So for them, trained journalists would be what they will go out for. But there are some people who don't care. Once you can write and once you can dig things out and go out there, fine. So in the US right now, we have Fox.
Yes.
CNN. People say Fox is right-wing supporters of Trump, and then CNN left-wing. The New York Times is considered the main left-wing newspaper in the US, and so on and so forth. So we have those divisions. The divisions become vile and unpalatable when we now start pushing violent or uncompromising political or politicians' viewpoints. So then the problems start coming. But the plurality or pluralism itself does not pose problems.
So those days as editor of The Statesman, what was a typical morning like? Was it calling people to ask what has Rawlings done wrong so we publish? How do you get your stories?
We got our stories, or some got their stories mainly from newspaper vendors, sadly to say. There was no serious editorializing going on. The newspaper vendors would determine that your headlines would sell or not. And they would let you know. Me, they used to tell me when I formed the Accra Mail, and I decided to move away from this kind of journalism, and that's why I named the paper the Accra Mail. I wanted the city to have its own newspaper that can report on many different things around the city and bring people's awareness to the problems of the city, the aspirations of the city. And I almost went under within the first month because the vendors had ganged up against it. They said it wasn't hot enough. So I saw one of my leading vendors and I asked him, I said, oh, pepper no anyeshi. And I said, oh, but pepper, they don't have to be she. So they won't sell it. When they take the newspapers in the morning, those that they consider anyeshi, they put them in their armpits like this, and then they hold the headlines of the shoe ones. So that was the determinant factor for casting headlines, front pages, what the vendors would say. So for me as an editor, first at The Statesman, the work was very easy for me because it was political. So you could just pick any political something and just splash on the front page. But like I'm saying, when I started doing my own newspaper, which I invested in myself, and I wanted to change the paradigm, I was a lot more careful because now you are dealing with things that needed facts and not just the sentiments and emotions of your political leaning. So that was a typical day for me, really. Then, like I said, we didn't have proper production methods. So now you put things together, now the cut and pasting will start and so on, and then you finish, and then you are carrying the, what we call them, there was a name we had for them, there's a name anyway, I forget them. Then you carry them physically to the press, or the press people will come to your house, their house, and pick those cut and paste things with separate photographs. So they will go and make films of the photographs, and then they have the text. They had a way of matching these things, and then they will print. And if you are lucky, they get it right, and it comes out the next day.
So quality was a problem then?
It was a problem. Quality was a problem. Oh, there was a time when you would even print, because you couldn't afford the good printers. So you'd go to some wayside printer who couldn't give you quality, because that's what you could afford. And there are times when they print pages, certain pages you couldn't even read what was printed. The quality was just zero.
It means that besides the agenda setting, there was also the commercial part, which could have attracted some people to go into the media to invest in, independent media, because they wanted to make money.
Yeah, yeah. But the Ghanaian businessmen or the people who had money were not so sure about such investments. Yeah, because the governments they find as prickly. So who wants to put his money into a venture that could easily have problems overnight? So that was a real problem. It was a cottage industry. I don't think we were serious newspapers as such. It was a cottage industry where you go and sit, a few of you, editor. In those days too, we didn't have these mobile phones as common as they are today for you to even be looking for stories and so on and so forth. So you were just there in that little office. You shared with others. You did your cut and paste. And also another technological thing. So when we finish all of that, we then copy whatever it is on CDs and then send the CD to the Africa Online or whoever was putting it online, and you give it to them physically, and then they will sit at their place there and then do it and put it. Now it's different. You can do all of that.
So that was your attempt to go online?
Online.
So you put it on CDs and give to the online managers to put it up?
Put it up, yeah.
That was quite interesting.
It was quite hectic.
Yes. So we've come really far, and now the digital space is wide, is bigger. Social media is there for everybody to be a citizen journalist, as you explained. And citizens are now sending their articles to be published online on the biggest media houses like ours, GhanaWeb. How do you see that from then when it comes to citizen participation in the news making? Do you receive letters to publish in your newspaper, or do you go out there to talk to people to have them or their views published?
Oh, we would receive letters. Our post boxes used to be full of letters and unsolicited for articles. So you didn't even have to go out to seek the content. The box office, P.O. box would deliver sacks of letters from readers and people who just wanted to publish something. And so we had space for everyone in those days who would contact us. Some people may even just call us and tell us that, oh, they've seen a story in our paper, we should hold a page. They'll do a rejoinder. So in those days, we took the constitutional requirement of rejoinders very seriously. At least I did. When I did something and someone brought a rejoinder, we published it the next day, usually where we printed it. We didn't hide it inside. If it was on the front page, we'll put it on the front page. So that's how we did it. It was never a dull moment, really. Never a dull moment, but you were always on tenterhooks. You were always on tenterhooks. But now things have really changed. The only problem I have right now is that there's no editing going on because of the citizen journalism there. And I think maybe the online editions are overwhelmed, so they don't always read what comes to them. So you go online and you start reading certain errors that you think an editor should correct. I'll give you two examples from me just last week. To rein in, R-E-I-N, they should rein in whatever. I wrote to rein in, R-E-I-G-N, like the reign of a king, as different from reigning in. And my editors here and elsewhere didn't correct me.
The same mistake was everywhere.
Was everywhere. I was so embarrassed. Haruna, I can't tell the difference between rain and rain. But I had given I thought my editors would read through. But then you do well. There's a young man, well, I'm not campaigning for him, Kent Mensah. He does the Mail Online or something. Yeah. Occasionally he will read and then call me and say, oh, editor, is this what you mean? And I said, oh, Kent, God bless you. God bless you, my son. If this had gone out without you reading it, I would have been embarrassed. So that's the only thing I think you should do better, the editing. And then the second thing was that there was a place I should have just used an A to make the sentence meaningful. And for some reason, I missed it. And it's not as if I just write and send it to you people. I have someone I call my peer reviewer. I'll send it to him. Every article I do, I'll send it to my peer reviewer before I post it to you. And he also misses all these things. So it's a difficult thing. And that's why, again, in those good olden days, the office or the job of a proofreader was a very important one in a newsroom. Very, very important for a newsreader. Because you can miss little things that then would render your story, a sentence, meaningless. And then there are sometimes too, after writing, I say to myself, oh, isn't this sentence a little long-winded? Would the editor have cut it a little for me? So we do that, but it's not your fault, really. Yeah. It's not your fault. So that's what is exciting about the media.
So soon we'll talk about citizen journalism and your position on that, and also we'll talk about training institutions, journalism training institutions. Are you a journalist when you attend, or you have the skill of journalism, or you can be a journalist if you are quiet on the job or any other way? We'll come back on that after this break. Welcome back to the Lowdown. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe. Our guest is Alhaji Haruna Atta, Mr. Abdurrahman. I have to add that.
Please do.
So we're talking about the media then and now. And citizen journalism. Facebook is a big proponent of citizen journalism. We have Twitter. We even have YouTube, where bloggers go around and take videos and do interviews and post them all over. And they are all calling themselves journalists. Is it a position you would ascribe to, or you think is an overshot of the role of journalism?
Now, journalism, you see, unlike other professions, I think it's the only profession which takes its source from the UN Convention on Human Rights, the freedom of expression, which has been domesticated in almost every constitution on this planet. The freedom of expression. So media work, journalism, therefore takes its source from there. It does not prescribe that you must have a degree or a certificate to practice. What it allows is that you have something to say. That's the basis of journalism. So earlier in the practice of journalism, Joseph Pulitzer, the founder of the Columbia University School of Journalism, he was the one who said, no, journalists cannot just be allowed to just flit about. Journalists must be trained, and journalists must have, in quotes, the kind of respectability of doctors, lawyers, and the other professions, accountants, and so on. So it was from that time, around 1911, when he wrote that his famous treatise on journalism, that people really started now thinking that, oh, then journalism can be a discipline that should be studied. And I agree, it should be studied. My relationship with journalism comes from my degree from UST, because I studied graphic design. And many aspects of graphic design is just media work. How to cast, this one we use for advertising. There's a word you use for it. Now I'm growing old, my mind is getting mixed up. But then how to cast a line, all these things, I learned them in the university. Yeah. And then UST at that time, at the College of Art, English was compulsory. If you failed English in your FUE, you would be sacked. So I did English for 3 years and only dropped it in my last year. In those days, the Faculty of Arts did 4 years. So you drop it. And so my training was from that angle. And it shows in the way one does things, one writes. So I believe that some training is necessary. Even though you are filling in the voice of the voiceless as a result of the freedom of expression, but some training is good. But then I haven't said that without training, it does not mean you can't practice as a journalist. In the good old days, again, back to the good old days, you learnt your craft on the job. Many of our pioneers, especially at Graphic at times, but especially at Graphic, they learnt their craft on the job and did so well. Later, they were sent to the UK to places like the Thompson Foundation. I don't know if it's still in existence, which gave our senior journalists in those days, again, more or less on the job training. So training for me is very important. At least you learn the use of the language. Language is very, very important. Today we are arguing or debating whether do or die is the same as all die be die. I think it's the subject of my article today. I don't know whether you've seen it. Yeah. So it's all to do with language. Journalism cannot function if you don't have the good language, either written or spoken. If you are not trained and you are a citizen journalist, really that's what you are. You can't consider yourself a professional journalist. And I think there should be a place for professional journalists, whether they learnt it on the job or they learnt it in the classroom. Our top men, people like Ken Bediaku, who used to be the top sports journalist in this country. Uncle Ken is now an old man, but people like him, people like one of the great editors, he wrote a book, the Gab books, Cameron Dodu. These were great editors, you see. So I think rather that yes, there should be training and we should have room for the citizen journalists, but we should not let them overwhelm the professionalism of journalism. Journalism is not a place you should go to because you have nothing else to do or nowhere else to go to. Go to journalism with the intention that you want to be a journalist. You want to write. You want to be in the print or electronic media. And then you come out as a very good journalist. I believe in that.
Now, if we talk about getting training and some skill, there's a school of thought that the journalism institutions, which are also growing, there's a proliferation of them, but they are bringing out or churning out a lot of journalists who are half-baked. They're only learning their theory, and when they come into institutions or media institutions, they are unable to produce quality content as professional journalists are supposed to. Have you encountered any of that?
I have, and it's heartbreaking. And so you are right, absolutely right. That's why I mentioned the GIJ, I mentioned the Kojo Yanke's place, and then of course the mother of all of them at the School of Communication Studies in Legon. Yeah, there are many mushroom schools of journalism, and I think they are more also the problem than the half-baked journalists they churn out. Yeah, because the half-baked journalists they churn out have the degrees or the certificates or whatever it is they give them, but you encounter them in a newsroom, it is a nightmare. A half-baked journalist in a professional newsroom is a nightmare to sub-editors and editors. Yeah, so I still believe that we should look for the good institutions of journalism or any of the communication arts and sciences. Like I told you, my background was in graphic design, but it had elements of communication. So I came out with a degree that I could use to communicate, which is very important. And that's what journalism is all about. Citizen journalism has not always been something for me to encourage, because then they take up all sorts of issues that sometimes end up adding tension to society. You see, and that's what I believe professional journalists try to avoid. Professional journalists would use all the tricks of the trade to get whatever it is out without going out to be bloody-minded, if I can use that word. So let's encourage those people interested, young people interested in doing journalism or becoming journalists, to apply for and get places at GIG, the African University of Communications.
African University College of Communications.
Yes. And such places. I don't think we should encourage mediocrity in any profession.
But unfortunately, the traditional media, which is more professional, is now following the citizen journalists on social media to get their sources and get their information. And we are seeing that in some stories that pulled down because the source wasn't real. Someone who posts a picture of somebody holding a human head, excuse me to say, and say someone was killed somewhere. Then quickly you see it on the traditional media, which is more professional. Then later they say, oh, it's a picture of 2 years ago. So we are sorry for the publication.
It is laziness. And another problem of Ghana these days is intellectual laziness. So whatever they did, I saw it, it was sent, but I deleted it. You see, I get all of these things too, but the moment I see things dealing with children, whether it's something good about a child, I delete it. Animals, whether it's something good or bad about an animal, I delete it. Certain things that show disrespect to women, I delete it. I'm talking of this, what's it called? What we have on the phone, the WhatsApp
messages,
thing.
yes.
So it goes all around. Let's have that mindset. The editors must know what to delete on site and not do it. So for what they put out in this paper, I think it's laziness. If their editors are very smart, there are many areas that are not getting touched on. There could be niche newspapers for such things, and we will read. It doesn't mean when you put something that is not shit on your front page, people won't read. There's a class of people who would read. So even if they have to become niche newspapers for such quality, why not? After all, they are lucky, especially Graphic and Times. They are still being supported by the government in many respects. The Graphic earns its money from its own commercial activities and to some extent Ghanaian Times, but they are still state-owned newspapers, and they carry that title that gives them leverage over all the other papers. So you see the number of adverts in Graphic, you wonder why everybody is rushing to Graphic. It's because of that state-owned title they have.
But one thing that's quality are your articles, and I'm looking at some of them. The titles themselves are quite appealing. So I see one, Coup d'etat, and how you even spelled it, Coup d'etat, C-O-O-D-E-T-A, the sports child of Ethiopia. And then Cathedral of Doom, concerns of Muslims brushed aside, Bad Blood, the Cross, Star and Crescent Spa in Ghana, and so on and so forth. And I can see the book you wrote on John Mahama, Awini Pa Nkasa. You have very interesting titles. How do you come by them? Is it experience?
It's all combined, but like I told you, it's language. Make use of language. Study language. Be sensitive to language. To be a good writer or a good journalist, study language. My daughter is even a better writer. You may have heard of her, Aisha Harunata. Yes. She's written 4 novels. The first one she tried even had the shortlist for a Commonwealth Writers' Prize. And right now, she's going to co-write a novel with Wilbur Smith. You remember him, that great South African writer. Yeah. You see, so it's to do with language, and I'm sure she picked a lot of language from me and her mother, who was a very good editor. Unfortunately, she's not well. She has multiple sclerosis, and she's in a wheelchair right now. But her mother was one of the best editors I had ever met. She worked with me on The Statesman, and then worked with me briefly on the Accra Mail before the sickness made her activity impossible in life. Yeah. So language is important, Ismail. You can't undermine language in writing, journalism. So,
talking about your daughter, you know, when anyone Googles Haruna Atta. She comes.
She comes from. I'm now. How do I say? My claim to fame is my daughter's, not mine.
Yes.
But as a parent, you are proud when such a thing happens.
Well, anyway, it's great to have you here. And if you have any last or final statements you want to make before we go.
Yeah, but it's not the final statement as such. I'm just going to thank you and say continue the good job. Because there was a time when you started, or GhanaWeb started, there was nothing else. That time, even your email or whatever was Akoto at Akoto or something. Now I realize you've changed everything. So you've moved. You've become big, and then continue the good job. Like I told you earlier on, I like the way you do. I sent you articles. You don't just publish it. You look for newsy parts of it and turn them into stories. That's the professionalism I'm talking about. So let us do that, and let's leave a little space for the citizen journalists. They can never outclass or outrun professional journalism. Rest assured, they will make noise, but professional journalists will still survive.
Thank you very much for coming, Alhaji Abdulrahman Haruna Atta. This was quite an informative interview, and we'll have this every Monday on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe. Be safe.
It's not every day we hear stories like this, but today's guest on The Untold flips the script. Born with a silver spoon in her mouth, she speaks about her perspectives about what she understands life to be for someone who is an abnormal child. Also, she gives us a perspective into her naivety and some of her biggest mistakes and how they've led her to where she is in life today. Welcome to this week's edition of The Untold here on GhanaWeb TV with me, Eche Atisu, as we speak to a life coach, Queen Esther Jackson, on this edition. Once again, welcome. Let's take you right into the story now. Queen says it as it is. She was born with a silver spoon in her mouth, but her story will not follow most of the narratives for such persons, and she explains why.
I typically don't have the story of I was born from here and I raised the air. No, mine is different. I was actually born with a silver spoon in my mouth. Seriously, I was born with a silver spoon in my mouth. I was born to a father who was in the military, but he was way up there. And my mother was a businesswoman, so I mean life was good, very good, very good. I was born in the house of maidservants, nannies and all that, so life was pretty good when I started life. But when I was growing, there was something about me that my dad always found unique, and he always used to tell me about it. And I remember every day, my dad is late, actually my mom is also late, but every day he used to tell me that, Esther, you are a born bright person, you are unique, you are different. Because when I started school, like, it was like I was always the odd one out, and the odd one out did not mean that I was down there. The odd one out meant that I was too smart for my age. One, I was too smart for my age, and two, I was huge. I was a big boned person. So at the age of 4, I was in class 1, but still I looked taller and huge than the rest. So I always had an intimidating figure, okay? And it made people wanna, use my intimidating figure against me by trying to bully me in a way, all right? So, but then if you get so angry and you attack back, you are the bad person. And if you relax too, they take advantage of you. So I was in a confused state from my childhood. What do I do when someone tries to, you know, push me to the wall to fight back? Do I really fight back by pushing the person? Because as soon as I start fighting back, I become the giant. And when I don't fight back, they take control and I'm on the floor.
Like most girls, Daddy's constant words kept her together, especially when, as a young girl, all she wanted was to be normal.
But my dad used to tell me that, don't worry, that is how you are. You are smart, you're intelligent, you're different. Accept it the way you are. But as I was growing, being the odd one out is not an easy thing. And I know a lot of people face that thing a lot. Because you're being too smart, you are in class. Things that other people, because I remember when I was in class 4, I used to go to class 6 to go and learn. And I was doing homework for people in class 6, but I was in class 4. You know, I was just too smart for my liking. And it made me have names like Too Known, or, you know, that kind of thing and all that. So it made you feel like people don't really like you. And that is when you start sliding back in life, when you start thinking like that. So, well, when I was growing, it was good, everything was nice. But as I said, my intelligence was always the problem. So having friends became an issue. And I really also wanted to be normal, because I was thinking that the way I wasn't normal. So I wanted to be normal. So in order to be normal, I go to the people, you know, others, and I ask them, how can I be like you? And then they tend to take me down a road where I shouldn't go. So I even started some huge negative vices. You understand? I smoked my first cigarette at a very tender age because I wanted to be normal. You know, I wanted to be normal. I want to be like everybody else. I don't want to be the intellect that I am. So I grew up, went to school, went to a lot of schools because we're moving from here to there. Vacations, I was going out of the country. I was learning other stuff because I remember instead of going to JHS, my dad stopped me from going to JHS and made me write GCE O level. And then I did A level. So my mates, who were like people I'm supposed to call mates, I became older than them because I was writing GCE O level with people who were much older than me, and they are the JHS and the S. So we were the first batch, but I wasn't allowed to. My dad just squished me from there, and I don't know, but there was this pride in my dad about me being too smart, and it created a problem for me even at home among my siblings. Okay, I became too smart. I became too, in Ghana they call it too known, right? I became too known and all that. So it wasn't fun. I mean, being a child and being that kind of a person. I managed to struggle my way through. And then in secondary school, I remember not wanting to go to school anymore because of the way I was. Because I wasn't fitting in. Seriously, I wasn't. So I took a lot of vices, but my dad did very well. What he used to do was that during vacation, he will let me go out of the country to go and learn a trade, be it cosmetology or anything. I can just let me go and learn how to make pizza, anything for me to, you know, keep up with myself.
Getting to the university, she says, was when everything started going sideways for her.
So by and by, after school, I got to the university. My dad died in, I think, in A level. So after he died, I got to the university, and that was when the whole thing started. My experience in life started from the university. Because when I went to the university, I knew everything. I knew everything, but to me, I knew nothing. Because there were other things that other people were doing that I wasn't really doing. Like having a boyfriend, going out with somebody, to go buy pizza or something. I never had the chance to do it. So I was always like, I'm not normal. So I can sit for a whole day and listen to girls tell their experiences about going out with married men, this, that, which I wasn't having. So in a bit to be like them, it got to a point in time in my 3rd year, all I was thinking about was to get married. And it corrupted my every being. I want to get married. I want to have a man in my life. I want to have a honeymoon in Bali. I want to do this. I want to do that.
A desperate young lady as she was, she jumped into marriage in the most uncertain ways, realizing too late that she had just signed up for a bitter mess.
In my final year after school, I went out for a party with my sister. That was 19 years ago, and I saw a guy in a Navy band playing a saxophone. Immediately I saw him, I was like, yeah, that's my husband, this guy, Charlie. I'm going to do anything possible, because I wasn't thinking about working. I wasn't thinking about the future, because it's like the future, the job, everything, I have it all drawn out. Because hey, I'm smart. Who wouldn't employ me? I can do everything, but I need that thing. So I was all engrossed in trying to, So, well, got the guy, did not actually study him. I did not do anything, his background, nothing. All I wanted was to have a guy in my life. So I've got him, that was it. And lo and behold, the inevitable happened. I got pregnant. And the time when I got pregnant, he was leaving for operation. So he left to Lebanon. So when he left, I think 4 months later, I realized I was pregnant. I was so green. So when I realized I was pregnant, he called me one time. By that time, there were no cell phones in abundance like this whereby you can call. So he calls. So he called and I told him I was pregnant. He was like, oh, okay, no problem. You're pregnant. That's okay. When I come back, we'll see what we can do. As soon as he told me when he comes back, we'll see what we can do. The next week, I went to his family house. I was so, I want to do it. I want to get married. I want to do it. So I went to his family house. I went to his mom. They were not really accepting me, because looking at me, they saw me as a silver spoon girl, a rich girl, coming to a small village. I went to that village with my pregnancy, went to the village, was trying as much as I can for them to accept me, any means necessary. So I went there. I was actually not feeling it when I got there. There were so many signs on the wall, but I wasn't paying attention to all those things. So I went there, and I went there to announce myself to them that, oh, I am the girlfriend to your son, as your son is gone and I'm pregnant. So I came to say hi. And the woman was like, oh, okay. I met the sister too, and they were like, so I spoke everything, and then I left them. So they called their son confirmed, and I came back. See, all along this time, I did not even know where he lived, what he does aside from his job as a naval personnel, how his behavior was, what he eats, how he eats, what he drinks, how he drinks. The only thing I knew was what he tells me at that short length of time. So when he came back from Lebanon, I had given birth a month. My baby was 1 month old when he came back. He came back, took me to his apartment where he lived in the barracks and all that. And I realized there were a lot of odd things about him. He was not friendly enough. I didn't know him very well and all that, It wasn't just sinking. But at that point in time, I was thinking that where I've gotten to, I've gone too far. So there is no going back. No matter what happens, I need to do this. And, you know, consequently, that was the first marriage in my family. So my mother just grabbed it like this, boom. And it was a whole occasion. Immediately, I had to set the dates, do this, do that. Family members are coming. Everywhere is busy. Pastors are busy. Mbeko Mami is busy. We have to go for some by force counseling and all that. You know, everywhere is busy. You know, yeah, but worry. You know, but then at the end of the day, I realized that it was me doing all the work and the man was doing nothing. Because whatever I say, he's like, okay, because it's not his money, it's not his brain, it's not his strength. All that he knows is that we're getting married. So we just did it. We set the date, we're ready to get married. Wedding gown is ready. It was a Friday. Saturday we're doing the engagement. Sunday, no, we're doing the engagement and the wedding on the Saturday. Sunday we'll go to church. Wedding cake was ready to be jumped in. I was ready to go to the salon to finish up with my hair. So in the salon, I remembered I forgot my bag in his house. So I went to the house to go and pick it up. So when I got to the house, I had a call on my phone. So I picked it up in my excitement. Oh yeah, hello, Mrs. To be, I'm too busy. Hello, who is this? He said, oh, my name is, I've forgotten the lady's name. My name is so and so, and I'm a sister to. No, as soon as he said my name is so and so, I was like, oh, hi. Are you my husband's sister? Are you coming for the wedding? And the girl was like, wait, what wedding? I said, tomorrow. So why are you calling me? And he said, I'll call you back. I said, okay, fine. Got my stuff, got into my car, went to the salon. I was in the salon fixing my hair when the call came again. I picked up the phone. He said, I am not his sister. I am his girlfriend. We've been together since he left for Lebanon and he came back, and I got your number from his phone last night when I was sleeping next to him because I realized you were trying to call him and the call was coming and he was trying to hide the phone. So when he left the room, I took the phone. So what did you just say? I said, but we have a child and we are getting married tomorrow. And the lady was like, no, you don't have a child because he doesn't have a child. I said, you want to see pictures? Hello, we do have a child. We're getting married tomorrow. And he said, no, that's not the truth because we are also planning. We are planning a lot of stuff. And are you Esther? I said, yes. But he said, no. What he told me was that you are a certain woman he is trying to lure to get a visa to travel. Okay, all right. The shock was just unbearable. But at that moment, I had some rage in me. I had some serious rage. So I just told the lady to stop doing the hair because we are finished fixing the weave on. It was left with the, we call it tonguing, curling. So I said, okay, you can do the curling tomorrow, but I need to go do something at home.
What society thought of her at that time meant so much. It overshadowed her conscience to the point where she concludes her wedding day was the worst day of her life.
I just started my car. I got to the parking lot, I parked. I was walking home, and in my walking, I was telling myself that I'm just going to tell my mom that the wedding is off. I was walking boldly in an angry manner. But when I got to the front of the house, seeing people cooking, my family members had come. Chicken, clucking, goats bleating. This one is cooking in Katinkwine. And as soon as I got there, you know, Fantis, are you for? Oh, are you for? Oh, as soon as I turned around, I saw my wedding cake being ushered into the room. They are sending my wedding cake into the room for tomorrow. The lady who was coming to do my last wedding gown fitting was there, and all that. I was just standing there in the middle of the yard. And at that moment, I just buried all my feelings, and I took the feelings of what society and family will say. if I should cancel the wedding. And that was my worst mistake in life. That was my worst mistake. I started thinking, what is my mom going to say? What is society going to say? People are going to say, I have a child without a husband. People are going to chastise me for not getting married. People are going to say I cancelled my own wedding. I'm going to be like an outcast. No, I'll go ahead with this wedding. So I just went into the house and then I called him. And then he asked me where I was. I told him I was at home and I said I wanted to see him. He said he was at home. And instead of me letting him come to me, I still went to him. So when I went to him, I asked him, who is this girl? He said, what? I said, well, this girl called me and told me that you said the only means you need ways and means to travel, and you need a visa. That is why you are with me. So tell me, what is going on? He said, that is not true. We are getting married tomorrow. Or you don't want to get married. You want to cancel it, I cancel it there. My dear, I couldn't say no. In fact, my wedding day was the saddest day in my life. Because I wasn't there. But I was just doing something. Just for the day to just go. His family also came and they really made me see that I wasn't their class. Because they are poor people. So even at the reception, they refused to eat the food given them. The food was so rich. And they just sat there for some time. After some time, they just got up and started looking for their son to give them lorry fare to go back to their village. The only thing that the man bought for himself was his jacket. He didn't know how the wedding rings were made. He didn't know how the food was made. He didn't know anything. And trust you me, I did all those things with my own personal money. Because as soon as I got pregnant, even though I was in university, in my final year, I was still working. I got a cosmetic shop. I'm a hardcore lady. I like to make money. For me, my core value is to make money, because I always tell myself it is glorifying to sit in a Range Rover and cry than to walk and sob. So I love money. Me pesika. If money could be eaten with fork and knife, that is what I will eat. So I don't hesitate in doing anything to make money. And by the time the wedding was over, my capital was gone. My capital was just gone. My business was down. But I was wearing big rings with a zirconia red stone on it. Mrs. So and so.
She was abused and looked down on, but Queen explains why it wasn't his fault.
We moved to the house, and that was where the whole thing started. The relationship started in an unbalanced way. I was the one doing everything. He was doing nothing. So the relationship started unbalanced. So it couldn't balance because he hadn't gone through the process of meeting me halfway, anywhere, anytime. So nothing was balanced. So he can do anything and everything without thinking about the way I will feel or the way I will react to it. All that he knew was him and how he would get through life. The rest was a story, because I can handle everything. When I see people going through this now, I laugh, because a lot of people are going through it, I swear. So we're in an unbalanced relationship, going, coming. All that he cares about was to do what he feels he wants to do at a particular time. And before the wedding, I saw him playing the saxophone and I was like, oh, one day I will really make you a jazz artist. I really want you to be a jazz artist. I want to see my husband standing on stages, playing the saxophone and all that. But there was no a single day that he even said, one day I want to see you as the biggest entrepreneur in the country or anything. No, he doesn't care, because the whole work is done by me and nothing is done by him. So I did not allow him to be the man he was supposed to be. And that was my huge mistake, because I turned the hands of nature. And when you turn the hands of nature, it comes to hit you back. So nature started really teaching me how it can hit me back. Because the worst thing that can happen to any woman on earth is to stay with a selfish and someone who doesn't even have emotions when you are concerned. Because you are a woman, at a point in time in your life, you will need someone to be there for you. That is how nature made it. So I was doing everything by myself. If he comes home and the child has made maybe a mess in the living room, he starts shouting, and when I talk, I get beaten up. Because if it was at first, I would have said, okay, he was a bad person and all that, but it wasn't his fault. This was where he came from. And you can't change somebody who came from the gutters. You can shower him. But trust me, he has smelled the whole thing into him. It is in his being. You cannot change him. So as I'm sitting here, if I tell you that I blame him for one day, for whatever happened to me being a single mother, I am a fat liar. Because I should have known my standard and where I am to pick somebody or to choose somebody to my standard. But I decided to be God, to call myself God Esther, to pick somebody from nowhere and mold him for myself.
She was eventually thrown out of her new home along with her 1-year-old child, but her born bright, smart, not giving up spirit again became her comfort.
We went on and on and on and on and on, and one day he just picked up his bag and left. Alone, left me alone in the barracks. After a week or so, I was called. I was asked where he was. I did not know where he was. They started saying that, well, as a military person being in the barracks, you can't just get up and leave. And when you are a woman married to a military man, you're also a military person. So you need to provide him. I went through questioning with my 1-year-old child. It was terrible. It got to... Sorry, look at this. Can I have tissue, please? I remember I was at home. There was no food at home. The only thing I have was a can of Cerelac for my son. And I was thinking where I was going to get the next food from, because the shop was not really doing well. I had come fresh out of school. I've not even started working. I'm having a baby. And I was picked up from the barracks to go for questioning at the marshal's office. And I was asked questions as to where he was. And to cut along, I left something in our honeymoon. We actually went for our honeymoon in Dubai. And even in Dubai, he cheated on me on our honeymoon. So they were of the view that as a military person, he's not supposed to travel like a civilian. So for him to be able to travel, that means if he has been able to leave the country again, I should know where he is. So they would keep tabs on me. Meanwhile, they gave me time to leave the barracks. I didn't know where I was going to go to. But the only thing that kept me going was that gift that my dad always tells me that I have. That born bright, smart, hardcore, persistent, not giving up spirit in me. Because we had to move back to my mom's house. My room in my mom's place had everything there. I still had my bed, I still have my sofa, I still have my TV. So the things in that room, in our room, in me and my ex-husband or whatever, our old husband's room, I didn't know where to take it to. So I made a friend help me. We took them out, went to the market and sold them so cheap. Got some few coins, and then I put my son in school. So I put my son in school. Then I came to tell my mom that I was giving out the shop for rent for some years, and then I was going to go to the UK, buy a ticket, go to the UK and see what life has for me.
Life picked up for her and things seemed to be going quite well again, or was it not?
I left the country and then I left my son for my mom. So I left, went to work a little, got some money, came back, started again. And God being so good, when I got back, I got a job with Toshiba, the franchise holder in Ghana. So I started working with Toshiba. When he left, I think he was deported. When he left, I had already gone to my mom's place. So I was given a job because I hadn't done my national service. So I started my national service at GBC. And then he came back. When he came back, of course, he ran back to me that he went and he's back. And they are looking for him in the military. So he needed some place to hide. So I went and took a loan again because I was still the missus. Don't forget that. So I went and took a loan and then we got an apartment. So I moved out of my mom's place, but I left my son with my mom and I went to live somewhere in Accra. And that time he said he had started his musical career. So he was going to studios and blah, 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 blah. I was still supporting him. Till one day, the inevitable happened. He left home. We had an argument. He left home and I was looking for him. So I went to where he went to, where I know he will be the next morning. I got there and he was with another woman there. I don't know what happened at that moment because when I saw him and I was like, look, who the hell is that? You know, I started ranting and raving and then suddenly I just went off. And I woke up about 3 weeks later and I didn't have memory of a lot of things. You can survive the system, you can survive anywhere. Because immediately I took pictures were on my Facebook, my mom saw it, my late mom saw it, my late mom was like, oh, he's so cute. Is he married? Is he a Christian? Oh, then he's the one. So he became the one again. I didn't take my time again to really get into things. See how his emotional abilities will even carry him far if my son should even push him to the wall. Suddenly, my intellectual brain started planning life. I have a good job. I'm being paid almost $4,000 every month. In fact, for about a year, I don't even touch my salary. I touch my salary when I'm going for holidays because the allowances alone takes care of me in Ghana. So I'm doing very well.
Another messy surprise came and ruffled her whole life when the father of her second child did this to her.
Okay, darling. This house that you live in, is it on mortgage? Oh yes, so it's on mortgage, but you know, it's hard here now. Business is bad. All of a sudden, job was bad and all that. Oh, okay. Well, since we're together and all that, I can take care of half of the mortgage for you. I was living in Africa, but I was paying mortgage in Europe. Whereas I could have taken that money and even bought any house in mortgage in Europe. But at that moment, it's all about getting a husband and a family. The hunger for having somebody in my life corrupted my every being. He came. When he came to Ghana, the first thing he did was to sleep with my PA in my own house, in my guest room. I had already shown him to my family. Society had seen us. Look, I remember I told one woman next door, and it was like, that is how every man is. Keep quiet. If you keep quiet, nobody will hear. Just sack the girl and move on with your life with the man. I remember the second thing that he did, he just took my Visa card, went to the bank, took money, because I take him to Osu, you know, went to the bank, took money, and went to a strip club. There was a club at Osu. Went to a strip club. I was looking for my Visa card because there was no money at home. I wanted to take the card to go and buy some stuff for my son that evening. Around 9 o'clock, I'm looking for my Visa card. I can't find it. I'm calling him. He's not picking. Hey, what is happening? I called him. He picked it up. He told me the club that he was. I've forgotten the name of it. It was a strip club. I got there and my money was being distributed to the strippers. So I just got there, took my card, and when I came, he had actually taken a chunk of my money. I bought tickets. He came, just came for a holiday, left to his hometown, came back. He wasn't actually a Ghanaian, so he had to leave Ghana and go to Nigeria to visit his people, come back to Ghana, and then go back. So when he went back, the pressure started mounting again. When are we getting married? When are we getting married? When are we getting married? And I went to look for a father figure for my second son as society wanted it to be. And I ended up being pregnant with my second child. Okay, so I'm pregnant with my second child. But I was strong this time. I said no. I'm pregnant with my second child. I will not go ahead with this wedding, this second one. But I will focus on the child and try as much as I can to streamline my life this time. So immediately I retracted and came back to normalcy. And it was good. Because when he left and went, not knowing, when he got to Nigeria, he had enough money to go and promise marriage to a lady that he knew was there before he went to Europe, that he hasn't gotten money to come before. So the lady also started calling me and telling me that he happens to be the wife of the gentleman. So I said, oh, okay, no problem. Please, so if he's your guy, I beg, take it, because me myself, I don't want it again.
She got her head back in the game of life and speaks proudly about how well she's doing.
I remember I looked in the mirror one day and I told myself that, Queen, you were not born poor. You were born with everything. But along the way, you have made several mistakes that have gotten you here. I want you. I looked in the mirror and I told my image that I want you to promise me that from henceforth, you will make it work and restore yourself back to where you are supposed to be as a single parent. And I made that promise to myself. And I started all over again. And today, I can proudly tell you that I have my own business I'm running, a cosmetic company. I have other businesses that I run. I import cars and other stuff. My biggest son is now 18 years in a good school. My youngest son is now 11 in a very good school. And as a lifestyle coach, I take my time to impart knowledge to the minds of a lot of people. I have helped lots of people build their own companies. Because in between the time when I realized who I was and what I wanted to be, I needed a shortcut because I didn't want to start from zero. So instead of me staying in my kitchen trying to make hair food with my spoon and spatula, I needed some bulky money to start something somewhere. So when I see somebody who has the money, it's like, I want to do it, but I don't know how. Oh, I can do it for you. The person feeds on my intelligence, takes everything that I have at that moment to build him or herself up. I get nothing. And then when he or she is okay, he just throws me to the curb and I come back to square one.
Queen explains why her mother always encouraged her to get married.
You know, I don't know about if there is a modernized way of the old mothers doing things differently. But my mom was the kind of mother who had redemption through marriage. So to her, marriage was everything. So when I went and the first one did not work and I came back, it was all about pray. God will make another way. I don't know if there are other mothers who see differently, but that was how my mom sees things. Because she had her redemption through marriage. Seriously. She was in a village, a rich man came to the village, picked her up, married her, brought her to the city, and she became who she was. So to her, marriage was everything. My siblings, well, we are 8 in number actually, we're a lot. I'm the last girl because we're 2 girls and 6 boys. I have 5 boys following me. So I'm always like, they call me mama. I'm like the mother, you know, because of my stature and everything. And I do something they call penism. I always like to take care of people. I take care of people more than I'm being taken care of. And through that attitude, I learned a bad habit of bottling things inside. Because I've done it, now when I'm doing it, like, mama, hello. You are not okay, go to bed. You are tired, go and sleep, let me do it for you. So, I mean, he is the gem that I have. Sometimes people think when you are a single mother and you are strong, society thinks you have hatred for men. Me, I don't hate men, I love men. And there's something I always say, I say it all the time. There are almost 4 billion men on this earth. I've only married 2. What about the 3999999? And I will do anything because I love the company of men. Come on, I wouldn't love women. I love sex. I love men. I love love. But I just have to be sure and keep myself in check on the choices I make when men are concerned.
Listen to her speak about the only things holding her down in this life now.
My 2